Please silence your phone if you can. And also this morning we have the presentation of colors by the Putnam County Fire Rescue Honor Guard, followed by invocation by John Allender of Fire Rescue Chaplain, and Pledge Allegiance by Commissioner Alexander. Please rise if you're able to do so.
Good morning. Bow with me and pray. Lord, I come to you now and give thanks for the blessings you have poured out so graciously on us. Lord, I thank you for this beautiful county and the people in it that we get the opportunity to serve. I thank you for the sacrifice you made for us all on the cross. I ask that your presence would be in this meeting today and you would give wisdom and clarity to those in authority. As we go throughout our day, I pray your blessings upon each person here, that you would bless them coming and bless them going. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, we have in front of us the approval of the minutes from the regular meeting, August 12th, 25.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve, but there are a few corrections on page 8. Mr. Steele, a citizen, spoke about grading concerns, not in the harbor, but in West Putnam MSBU.
Okay. And then also on item B, animal services needs to be removed. That has to do with the carpet at the government complex.
Okay, Madam Chair, based on those corrections, I move approval of the minutes of August 12th, 2025.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, we will recess the BOCC and convene the Port Authority meeting, starting with the approval of the minutes from the August 12th meeting.
Madam Chair, I move approval of the minutes of August 12th, 2025.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, moving into our Port Putnam project update, Mr. Sam Sullivan.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll be giving you a brief overlook of the port, how it started and how we got here, and I will then be followed by Scott Tuning, our consulting engineer from Burns & McDonnell, who will give you an update on the design plans for the new bulkhead, and that will be followed by Mr. Mike Rubin, President of the Florida Ports Council, who will give you an outlook of the opportunity that this port presents for our community. And my graphics aren't coming up, so hopefully we'll get them up by the time it's the engineering time. IT will assist us on that. In the meantime, the Palatka barge port.
She's coming now, Sam, to help you.
Now we found it. We're just waiting for you to get here. And slideshow. You do PowerPoint more than I do. That's why we have an engineer on the team. Thank you for your patience during that interlude. The Palatka barge port was constructed in 1961, and as part of the Cross Florida Barge Canal project, which was sunset in 1971 by the Nixon administration, and it's kind of sat there mostly unused for that time. In 2013, the FDOT announced that the First Coast Expressway project, which would consist of a new expressway looping around Jacksonville, coming through Green Cove Springs and crossing the St. Johns River at Green Cove Springs, where the Sands Bridge currently stands, and would be replaced with a newer bridge with greater air draft and greater width for navigational passage underneath. This was brought to the attention of our current then Congressman Ted Yoho, who, along with our federal lobbyist Josh Gabaton, started working on a project that, listen, this could bring opportunity to the community, and this is a chance to bring the port back to life, and the project started at that time. In 2022, Representative Payne and Senator Perry sponsored legislation to bring Putnam County on board on the Florida Seaport Transportation and Economic Development Council. That legislation was passed. The condition was that we conduct a feasibility study and submit that to the FSTED Council for approval. That took place on October 25th of 2023. And as of that time, Putnam County was an official member, full-fledged member of the Florida Seaports Transportation and Economic Development Council. That same month, the Port Authority approved our Port Master Plan, which gave the initial map to developing the port and going from a current defunct port to a fully functional port. And on October 22, I'm sorry, I jumped a line, MARAD granted us with money to conduct a port development plan, which we hired Burns & McDonald to conduct for us. And that plan was approved in January of 2025. And the roadmap has been set, and we are now moving forward with a design of a full bulkhead and docking area to be able to resume commercial traffic at the port, which would benefit businesses that are already established in our community and would possibly bring additional businesses and jobs to our community. At this time, I'm going to hand the microphone over to someone far more interesting and educated than I am, Mr. Scott Tuning, who will also get his slideshow going because I won't be able to do it, and we'll give you an overlook on the design of the new bulkhead. Mr. Tuning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Thank you for giving me a few minutes just to give you an update. I'll keep it brief. Let me get this up and running. I don't know how you got the mouse disappeared. Well, we will do it this way because I can't get the mouse to come back up. I don't know what you did there, Sam, but it's gone.
He's on his way, Scott.
It's there somewhere.
Yeah. Sorry, the mouse.
All right, we apologize.
Okay, there it came back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
So quick agenda, just going through an introduction of the project. We'll talk about the scope of work and the schedule, and then at the end, if there's any questions, please feel free to ask. And if you have one during this, I won't mind if you interject. So just the port itself is between Putnam, Comfort Road and St. Johns River. The initial project is the bulkhead replacement, which is shown in the teal color up against the river. We've looked at additional phases to replace the dock behind the bulkhead to support future projects.
Yeah, can you get closer to them?
Yeah, sorry. To support cargo and operations in the future, but we've split it up in phases to accommodate obviously available funds. Should additional money become available, obviously more than one phase can be taken on, but the phase that we're talking about today is the bulkhead, which is between the yellow rectangle and the water. Our scope of services is to obtain the necessary geotechnical and survey information to support the civil and structural design and provide environmental permitting that will be taken care of before obviously before the project goes out to bid. The civil design initially is actually small. It's mainly structural work. We're just going to have to replace about 15 to 20 foot of the dock behind the bulkhead in order to make the necessary tie-ins. But of course, all unnecessary erosion sediment control measures will be installed to support the project. The structural design is a one-for-one replacement of the bulkhead. Now, we're not planning to remove the existing bulkhead. We're going to install the new bulkhead just in front of the existing, remove the cap, punch through, put in the necessary tie-ins. There's no reason to take away the stability that's already been created by the existing bulkhead. It's roughly 350 feet long. It will tie back in on the edges, and it'll be a minimum 15 feet deep, obviously, to allow for the future draft once the dredging takes place. The environmental support, instead of reading all of these, I'll summarize. We're just going to provide all the necessary support to get all the permitting in place so that whatever contractors awarded the project can move forward with construction. The hope, though, is that in all conversations with the Corps, that this will be deemed a maintenance project, so that permitting should go rather smooth. At the end of the day, our deliverable is going to be a basis of design, construction drawings, all necessary calculations, cross-sections, and specifications, and then a construction cost estimate we have a construction arm with estimators. That way we can keep real time to be sure we keep this project in budget. And then schedule-wise, currently we're submitting 30% design and going to be reviewing it with county staff and the county engineer. We plan to complete the design by the end of the year and have bid documents ready to go out on the street at the first of the year. Any questions? I know that was rather brief, but it's not really much of an update.
Are there any questions for the presenter? I like the timeline.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Now some words from Mr. Mike Rubin, President, Florida Ports Council.
Good deal.
Mr. Rubin, thank you for coming to Putnam County.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to this group. I know it's been, I don't know, has it been 2 years now, Sam? Three? Well, I know it's been 3 years since Chairman Payne and your staff came and talked, and as you may know, there are 16 seaports now in statute, and you're one of them. The initial discussion was, oh my gosh, there's a seaport on St. Johns River, which is, you know, Jacksonville's there as well, so it's not unusual to have ports on the river. Some of the largest ports in the country are, you know, such as Houston's on the river there as well. But, you know, it was a discussion, and I remember the first look, and I'm a Floridian and really hadn't been to Palatka much. I did have some college roommates way back in the day, and I don't remember some of those days well, but so I had not seen it. You know, I know you all use the existing statute that had Citrus County, and the significant difference between you all and Citrus County is Citrus County is just vacant land and hasn't been really developed at all. And you all have some very good existing infrastructure, including a bulkhead that was created in 1961 that needs some work, but you have an existing infrastructure, a darn good, an excellent area businesses out there. So you have all the necessary ingredients for a significant industrial and use of a berth, a dock, and the rest of the stuff on there to start moving cargo and products in and out. And I just want to talk a little bit about all of Florida seaports, since I have the opportunity to represent them. We just did an economic impact analysis of all our seaports. And just to let you know, there's 1.2 million jobs in Florida connected with that. We contribute $196 billion to Florida's economy and $7.4 billion in state and local taxes. So that's a significant impact. And I think that's the impact you're not only getting right now, but will obviously increase for local income taxes and state income taxes into the economy of Putnam County, as well as the economy of state of Florida. We've had discussions about some allocation of funds, and we're trying to stretch the limited dollars that the state provides us to that, and you've done the right thing. Your staff has done the right thing and gone to the federal government. We've worked with the federal government, and I will tell you that Congressman Diaz-Balart has been a champion of seaports, not only in Florida, but around the world. And he's created several federal programs that are out there that I know you all got some port infrastructure development funds, and I recommend still going up there because that is obviously a growing pot of money, and the ability to tap into those Washington resources are important. Our state funds have been kind of that way for a while. I get it, DOT is investing money, and the priorities have been to moving Florida forward. And we managed to maintain the amount of funding for seaports. It's a small pot of money that we can contribute to all 16 seaports, and I wish I had more money that we had there to allow you all to do it, but you're doing well with what we can give you. And I wanted to specifically talk about that. I get the questions all the time from people that are looking for additional seaports. Why do we have so many seaports in Florida? What do you mean you're creating another seaport in Florida kind of thing? Just to keep that in mind, we do have the largest water side of any state in the continental United States. We've got seaports on two sides, and we're on the important trade routes in the United States. In fact, the growing trade routes are on the east side and the Gulf because of the difficulties in bringing product into California. And that's an effort we've done for a while. So in my opinion, we don't have enough. We're not investing enough in the state of Florida on our seaports, and we need to do more, and that's our message. That will continue to be our message to Governor DeSantis and the DOT. And hopefully, if there's some additional revenues, they can put some more additional revenues into the state of Florida. You look at, the recent issue with the illegal trucker down in South Florida bringing goods in from California. Those are goods, in my mind, that should have come into a Florida port and been driven by a Florida truck driver in the state of Florida. And that's why we need to make sure that the priority is an investment in the Florida seaports. And I can't think of a more important example of what you all have done in Putnam and that area to invest in a seaport that really had gone unused. And now you're an important part of it once that bridge gets raised, hopefully in our lifetime. I know they're underway right now, so it's moving well. So I think once that gets raised, you can see what a local community and an investment by county commissioners can do to an area and what it means not only to your local community, but to the rest of Florida as well. I think the product and the stuff you can do here, it's bulk cargo, whatever it is, it's important. It's important for construction, a whole lot of stuff that'll come through there, and I think you will have a market that'll open up once you have that bridge raised and you can bring in the berthing and all the other stuff for vessels coming in there. So I thank you for having me here. I want to congratulate you for the work you've done. I want to let you know your staff has done a fantastic job from the beginning when they proved the feasibility that Putnam County can have a port to what's going on right now. And I'm glad to be of any assistance I can to you and your staff, not only in Tallahassee, but in Washington, D.C. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity.
Ms. Rubin, thank you for your support and guidance during this process. It's been utmost importance to us as a board to see this come to fruition, and I know we've got a few years still to come, but thank you so much for your support and guidance and helping us, making sure we knew where those funding sources are and just the guidance, because we've not been in the port business before. So having you give us some guidance during that time has definitely been very helpful, so thank you for that. With that, Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Rubin, I also echo the sentiments of our chair. Thank you for believing in us when that first probably came to you and you thought, what's going on here? And for the audience and the people that are watching, Putnam County's had a port since 1961. So since I was born, they had one. And we've used it, but we're going to use it a lot more. The bridge, the current bridge that's there, has kept us back a little bit. But with the Outer Beltway, I timed it the other day, And everybody knows I drive the speed limit. Took me 18 minutes from the outer beltway to the port to get there. Can you imagine when it takes you another maybe 15 to 20 minutes to get to I-10 or go to 95 using the outer beltway, what that's going to do for trucking and things like that for our local businesses to be able to move their product out and bring their product in. It's going to be an economic boom for Putnam County. And the commission before us went ahead and purchased some property from Georgia Pacific, diagonal across from our port, for expansion. So we know it's going to come, and we're excited about the future of Putnam County. And I want to thank all three of you gentlemen. And Sam, especially, let me say you. This was kind of thrown at you as, hey, Sam, run with this ball too, if you will. And you've done a great job at doing that. He really has. It's not his only job. It's one of his jobs. So I want to say thank you to all three of you making this work. And Scott, I'd be remiss to say that when I visited the ports in Oklahoma, they couldn't speak highly enough of your firm and the work that you do, okay, to move rural Florida, move rural areas into that. You look at the vision, you look at the marketplace, and you design a plan and an action for that. And you come highly recommended. So let me assure you, I believe we're poised to be in the best position. And I think Senator Albritton said, wise men plant trees that they're never going to sit under the shade of, right? So with that in mind, somebody years ago planted a tree that we're going to sit under the shade of, and we're going to continue to prune that tree for future generations to come. So thank you, Madam Chair, and those are my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Suggs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add a little bit of historic value to this morning's conversation. This idea was first fostered by our lobbyist up in D.C., Josh Gaviton, about 6 years ago. He had this idea, approached me about it, put a meeting together here with all the local stakeholders from Florida, and it was a huge success that day. We took a Ride Solutions bus out to the port and had a wonderful conversation. Came back that afternoon, and within about an hour, the Army Corps says, we're going to make this work. And so it's been an ongoing project for about 6 years. And so I want to make sure that we understand where the nexus of this came from, and Josh did a wonderful job with that. And then you want to fast forward a year to Representative Bobby Payne and Senator Keith Perry, who did yeoman's work on getting us the seat at the table. And we can't say enough about that as well, because that was critical in moving this thing forward. I want to talk about Congressman Yoho at the time when we were holding meetings at the chamber, and the process was called Project Putnam. That Project Putnam was also the nexus of getting the Trans Bridge raised at the time. As you all know, we had a boat builder here in town that was building half a boat and then shipping it up the river to the Green Cove to get it under the bridge to finish it. And he's like, why are we doing this? And you know, we've had a lot of support along the way. There's been no less support from this Board of County Commissioners, previous and today, on moving these projects forward. The purchase of that 15 acres across the street, I think, is going to play a huge role in our future development. We've had great folks on this team working with us. As you can see, you got Mr. Mike Rubin, the Florida President of Florida Ports Council, and Mr. Tuning here today, who's representing the Burns McDonough, who has done yeoman's work on our plans and getting us moving forward. Sam's done a phenomenal job of networking. Just the sheer fact that we're continuing to move this forward. We held a meeting here last night for about an hour with some folks, and they'll come up and speak this morning. But just knowing that we have an opportunity to create an economic driver that's going to create jobs and move commerce through this community is something I didn't envision 8 years ago that we're seeing come to fruition. And so I want to thank you five for your support and your continued support on this, and the folks that are representing us here today. We have been very fortunate to find great folks that want to work with us here in Putnam County. So Mike and Scott, thank y'all so very much, and Sam, thank you as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Is there any public comment? regarding this Port Authority item? All right, we have Mr. Wayne McLean, followed by Ms. Laura Pavlis, and then Dr. Surrency.
Yeah, Wayne McLean, 285 West River Road, Palatka, Florida. Just as a business leader, community member, I wanted to come up and thank the commission, number one, and staff, especially Sam, for all their hard work on the port. I think what Commissioner Harvey said about the future of that port and what we're going to see down the road, or people after us will see down the road, is just unbelievable. And it's got, with our airport, our rails, our 4-lane of our roads, it's just something that we kind of hard to envision right now, but it's going to have such a major impact. And so I just want to come up as a business person and a community person to thank you, and let's keep our eye on the ball and keep working on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. Laura Pavlis from the Putnam County Chamber.
Good morning, Commissioners,
Good morning.
staff. Same, I really just wanted to come up and echo the sentiments of everybody else. The Putnam County Chamber of Commerce, by the way, Laura Pavlis, President, Putnam County Chamber of Commerce, 1100 Reed Street, Palatka. But we fully support this project as a huge economic driver, and we really just want to congratulate you, tell you that you have our board's full support on this, anything that we can do to be of assistance, and just thank you for doing this. Thank you for doing this for the community. This is absolutely going to be pivotal and huge. So thank you. Thank you all. And Sam, thank you for your hard work. So Sam's worked so hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Surrency.
Good morning to the members of the Port Authority. Rick Surrency, Superintendent, Putnam County School District, 200 Reed Street in Palatka. I came to the presentation last night and I was really encouraged by what I saw, and I just want you to know the school district wants to stand alongside you in this project. And the reason is, you know, we are actually training our students now for jobs that will support that project with our advanced manufacturing, our building construction, our STEM initiative. You know, we're really gearing up for those manufacturing positions. As a matter of fact, and I know Terry has mentioned it to me before, we've been in contact with Space Florida, and we are actually partnering with them trying to create those skills that our students need for the space industry. And I envision us, and actually Space Florida mentioned that too, where we could actually build things, build satellites, rocket parts and all that, and ship it by barge up through Jacksonville and back down to the Cape. So they have a vision of what can happen, and I'm just really encouraged by that. And by the way, we have 2 schools that will be out of service starting in the fall of '27, James A. Long and Jenkins Middle School. And both of those school properties are contiguous. They have railroad frontage, and they actually, if you look on the map, they actually lie right to the south of the barge port. So again, those properties will be available, and I think could be a great asset to this entire project. So thank you again, and can't wait to see what happens.
Thank you.
Are you offering to donate those properties? What did you hear, Madam Chair?
See my broker.
There are many things that are aligning here in Putnam County, and it's so amazing to see the community coming together, the leaders coming together, the different business entities, the chamber. We are breaking ground, and we are creating a thriving economy for Putnam County, and that's what we're really, really trying to do. And the fact that we've got so many people engaged, and we all want the same thing. We want to see our income come up for our residents, because we all know once that median income comes up, then our economy gets better in the county, and we get all the things that we've been wanting, which is, and sometimes, you know, you have to put all that work together for such a big, brighter future. So I really appreciate that, and I thank you for your presentation, and Sam, thank you again. Is there any other general discussion from the board regarding the Port Authority? All right, with that, we'll close the Port Authority, and we'll reconvene the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and we have a proclamation for Patriot Day and a day of prayer, service, and remembrance. Thank you for everyone who attended.
Thank you.
If I can have the honor guard come up and join me at the podium. Putnam County Proclamation Number 2025-073, Patriot Day and a day of prayer, service, and remembrance. Whereas on September 11th, 2001, the American people endured with courage and heroism the worst attack on U.S. soil in the nation's history. And whereas in response to this tragedy, Americans across the country came together in a remarkable spirit of patriotism and unity and carried out countless acts of kindness, generosity, and compassion. And whereas community organizations and family members of 9/11 victims began observing the anniversary of September 11th as a charitable service day to honor the memory of those who were lost and those who united in response to the tragedy, including law enforcement officers, first responders, and volunteers. And whereas Putnam County has many brave men and women serving our county who heroically, tirelessly, and courageously put their own well-being at risk in difficult, stressful, and often dangerous situations. And whereas the Awakening American Alliance, Cry Out America, has called people to gather for prayer, our historic leaders have called for periods of prayer for our nation, and God has called his people to observe solemn assemblies for generations. And whereas a solemn assembly is a day of restraint where religious and political leaders gather in a serious nature to bring their petitions and prayer to God. And whereas God has promised in the Bible in 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14 through 15, if my people which are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and will forgive their sin, and will heal their land. Now mine eyes shall be open, and mine ears attent unto the prayer that is made in this place. Now there be it proclaimed by the Putnam County Board of County Commissioners that September 11th is hereby recognized as Patriot Day and a day of prayer, service, and remembrance for the victims of the terrorist attacks on September 11th, 2001. In Putnam County, and its citizens are called upon to honor the lives and memories of those lost through participation in community service and remembrance ceremonies on this day and throughout the year. Be it further proclaimed that the citizens of Putnam County are urged to show their support and appreciation of our local heroes, including law enforcement officers, firefighters, paramedics, first responders, and volunteers of Putnam County who give of themselves to protect and serve their communities. Thus proclaimed this 9th day of September 2025. I move this proclamation to be approved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to say thank you for your continued support and recognizing the importance of remembering what's happened and the work that we do. It's not a small feat. We all work together as a team on this side, and having a good team on that side is very helpful. So thank you very much.
And I also want to remind everybody that on Thursday, September 11th, we will be at the fairgrounds at 9:50, and then at the Cry Out America prayer will be at First Baptist Church at noon, and everyone's invited. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was Julianne. All right, on three. 1, 2, 3. And again. All right.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that. With that, we'll move in our planning and development public hearing, rezone PUD 25-000001. Michael?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As mentioned, this is PUD 25-000001. For the record, Michael Graves, Planning and Development Services. Nothing has changed for this project since the August 26, 2025 meeting. Are there any questions?
All right, do we need to go through this? Is there any questions from the commissioners? All right, is there any public comment?
Madam Chair, seeing no public comment, I move approval of staff recommendations to the request to amend the zoning map from agricultural agency G to plan unit development with staff amendment development agreement. And this would be on PUD 25-00001, David Minor and Natalie Living Trust.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion from the board? Is there any other public comment? Just confirming. All right, no comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, moving into public hearing to vacate 2nd Avenue. Mr. Stout, are you going to speak on this? Resolution 2025-074.
Good morning. This is in the East Palatka area, next to Lewis Brower Road. The property owner owns everything to the east of that and is just wanting to take over this section to make his property full or whole. It's undeveloped completely. The county doesn't have any use for it.
Okay.
Anytime he develops that property, if there is any drainage that needs to take place, that would be taking place during DRC to use that area for any retention if needed.
All right, are there any questions for the presenter? All right, is there any public comment on vacation of 2nd Avenue in East Palatka? All right, hearing none, go back to the
Madam
board.
Chair, I move approval of resolution number 2025-074 to vacate 2nd Avenue as presented in our packet.
All right, we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
There's a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right, public comment on agenda items. This portion of the agenda is designed to allow citizens an opportunity to bring matters to the attention of the board. It is not reasonable to expect that the board will engage in debate or deliberation about matters on which the board has received no prior information as part of the agenda. Please limit your time to 3 minutes. Public comment cards are conveniently placed at the meeting room entrance and should be submitted prior to the meeting to the deputy clerk who sits to the right of the podium. We have public comment cards on any agenda item. So this is items A through R. Going into new business, A, B, and C on your agenda packet. All right, first we'll start with Mr. James Cuneo from Floor Home. It is on our, oh, it's not on our agenda. It's at the end. Does it matter?
Nope, it's up to you.
All right, you can go ahead and come speak if you want. This would be under commissioner comments, so it's further down, but you can go ahead and have your time.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff. James Cuneo, 569 West Hillsborough Avenue, Floor Home. This is an item that we've obviously had conversations on many times before, but it's been brought back up. Weyerhaeuser sold the property that currently George's Lake Boat Ramp is on, and that is the only public access right now to the lake. It's private land. We had a agreement with Weyerhaeuser, and now the current landowner, I believe it's on a month-to-month. I'm not sure what's changed, but he's got the property up for sale. I know it's a reasonable or unreasonable offer. I don't disregard that. However, if we let that lake, or if the county lets that lake go private, we lose wildland fire. We have a dry hydrant on that boat ramp. We lose wildland fire access for not only the volunteer fire department in Floor Home and at George's Lake. That the response for getting water out there goes from 10 to 12 more minutes because you have the closest water resources in Florhome or McRae Elementary School, which is in Clay County. We lose FWC management, vegetation management. The lake will be overgrown with hyacinths. We've had that issue before. I had a meeting this past Saturday, with breakfast out there, discussed with the residents. I have some of the residents here behind me. We're all in favor of getting this deal worked out. I know it's going to be complicated. We're asking for options. I believe instead of taking up all your time here today, because this is not a 3-minute discussion, I'd like to request that we have a special meeting in the evening in Florhome at probably the church that's there next to the dollar store. We can get more input. We can come up with options. As a former right-of-way agent, I think the first choice we ought to look at is a easement in perpetuity. So that way, not only does we buy an easement from them, if we get it with grants, county budget, and just so you know, I have contacted Representative Sapp's office. I'm still waiting to have a meeting with them. And I've also contacted Putnam Land Conservatory. That's a larger, complex issue, but we're looking for options. And our option would be, hopefully, that the board would approve the purchase of this property, or not saying at the money that it's valued at now, we need to have an appropriate value for the land. So it needs to be under some type of contract or some type of negotiation to where we can get an appropriate appraisal of the property to purchase it. If we lose access, in addition, I just want to bring your attention, and I'm not trying to cause any problems, but I just want to bring to your attention that property values are going to decrease. That means revenue, tax revenue for the county is going to decrease. Our ISO rating is going to decrease because it's going to be a longer response. And there could be a potential of lawsuits because if homeowners lose their insurance and we can't get insurance out there because we have no response for water, for a house or wildfire, other than shuttling it back and forth 10 to 12 minutes away, then there's issues. So I would like to ask that the board consider purchasing the property, negotiating with the property owner and his appointee, the realtor, and having a special meeting out in Florhome, a late evening meeting, say 5, 6 o'clock, so the residents that can actually come out there, other than the 10 or so I got behind me. With that said, is there any questions that you need from me?
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Cunha? Mr. Harvey, you had your button pushed. I'm sorry. Commissioner
Thank
Alexander's
you. Mr.
following.
Cunha, I really don't have any questions, but we have brought this to the board. I'm in favor of an outright purchase. That's all that was offered to us by Mr. Denny. Easements was not offered, so I don't have a problem meeting out there, but the option is purchase the property. And some of your statements might not hold true. I live on private lake, as you well know, 3 of them. We don't have those issues. But George's Lake is a whole different situation. It's the most northern boat ramp that we have in the county. And I respect that. I think that as long as you realize, and in my email to you and some of the neighbors that have contacted me, once we do purchase it, it's going to be open for everyone to use it. And that's going to be the issue here. But I think I'd rather fall down on everybody using it than not having one. So I'm going to talk to the board, and when my time comes, about a purchase. There's been a couple options given to us, but let me assure you that Mr. Denny has been all over the place with his ideas and what he wants. But it's time now for this final offer that he has given to us, maybe not final offer, this recent offer, for us as a board to discuss that, and we will later on. But this commissioner's in support of taking possession, because I've been wanting to take possession of that ever since I've gotten in office. And I remember I was the newly commissioner, and a lease agreement came through in my box. I signed it and sent it back, And then the county attorney says, you can't do that without board approval. Well, I said, well, it's addressed to me, why not just do it? You know, so I've always considered that area very, very special. And, you know, it's the right thing to do at the end of the day. And I'm going to try to convince my fellow board members to go along with that when that time comes. So thank you, Mr. Cuneo.
Well, and
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I will say, Commissioner, that we, as a community, will provide whatever help is necessary. I mean, I've written grants before. I've got a doctor that's got a civil engineering degree that's willing to help us out to write grants, you know, if we can come up with a right price. So we'll help manage that. I mean, we started a neighborhood watch out there. We want it open to the public, but we want it open sunset to sunrise to sunset, you know, but it's got to be managed by the county or the state in order to have a law enforcement presence to control it.
And we get that.
So-
We fully know that.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if we can do sunrise to sunset, but we'll figure out a plan, an MOU if we can do that. But yes, I agree.
Mr. Cuneo, I forgot, did you give your address?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
All right, Commissioner.
Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Let me turn my mic on because you guys never can hear me.
Thank you.
As a point of privilege and to be courteous to the folks that have come out in support of this, can we move this up on the agenda and go ahead and let Mr. Harvey present to us regarding that?
I don't have an issue with that. Commissioner Pellister, you have comments or?
I just was going to comment that I was definitely in support of this. I spoke to Mr. Cuneo the other day, and I do realize the importance of the county having an ownership on that lake and a means to provide fire service there to those residents. Although, as I told him, you know, what the owner wants for the property and what the property's worth, I'm sure are going to be two different numbers, and we're going to have to find something in the middle that works for everybody. We're the caretakers of the county's money, and it has to be spent very wisely and to where we get the most bang for our buck. I mean, I know it's going to cost something, but it's got to be within reason too. But I do see the importance of the county maintaining a presence on that lake for sure. Thank you.
Commissioner Alexander.
I'm going to withhold comments and let Mr. Harvey present.
Thank you. Mr. Harvey, Commissioner Harvey, go ahead and present Georges Lake Boat Ramp. We do have citizens in the audience, and we don't want to make them wait to the end of the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we've discussed already today, the Georges Lake Boat Ramp has come up for an additional offer, or a different offer. And the offer started out at 10 acres around the boat ramp, including the boat ramp, for $500,000. Kind of said in a meeting, I don't know if we need 10 acres. So then they came back, the real estate agent that represents Mr. Denny came back with 4.69 acres or something to that effect, real close, for $325,000. Which, you know, moved it up from, I mean, simple math, it went from $50,000 an acre to $87,500 an acre. So we have some options today. I think the presence of a boat ramp in Georges Lake is very important for multiple reasons. But the main one that I look at is the enjoyment of life. I look at the fire department with a dry hydrant that the board years ago put dry hydrants in lakes to help support the water flow and to get water to a fire. So that's number one. Public safety is big. The enjoyment of life is really big. And that lake is a beautiful lake that can be enjoyed by everybody out there. So what I'm going to ask you today is we have basically some options here. We can go ahead and go with the last offer of $325,000 or up to that amount and negotiate the 4.69 acres that the boat ramp sits on all the way back up to the north. Or we could go out and seek an appraisal of what that property would be worth with the boat ramp on it and then come back to Mr. Denny with a counter offer at that point. Historically, this board has been looking at appraisals on property and what that's important for. But I want to caution us because I think even if we try to go out for an appraisal, boat ramps are kind of an anomaly and that might not come back. You know, you can't just say, well, the property down the road sold for $3,000 an acre. It's not gonna work because it's not a boat ramp. So I don't know how many boat ramps that we actually have. Recently, we did acquire under lease, one under Dunn's Creek Bridge and one under the other side of Dunn's Creek Bridge we purchased. But that's under the bridge or right beside the bridge, so those are different anomalies too. So I think this is going to be one of those ones that either we're going to decide to purchase or go out for an appraisal. And honestly, as long as we're moving forward, I don't have a problem, and I think the people of Flora Home would be excited for us to just move forward with a purchase. But if that's not the will of the board, let's go find an appraisal, and then let's talk about what that price comes back at. So those are my comments, Mrs. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So before we move on, two things. Mr. Commando, are we required to have an appraisal? Or is that only when they're exceeding 500,000?
I'm actually looking at the statute right now.
Okay, I can give you a few minutes if you wait.
The statute discusses more that the appraisal is kept confidential. But I think, as a board, it helps for you to have an appraisal because you want to make sure that you're judiciously spending taxpayer dollars.
Okay, so I thought that under 500, we at least had to get one appraisal, but you're saying that's not required by statute? Okay, all right, while you're doing that, who is the realtor involved in this transaction?
Mr. Mark Spalding.
All right, with Bates, Hewitt, and Floyd. With Bates, Mr. Bates' office. Well, I do have my license with Mr. Bates' office as well. I do not have, so I'm disclosing that. I have no monetary gain. However, I will, out of an abundance of caution, not engage in a vote today.
And Madam Chair, in response to your question, if the property value is between 100,000 and 500,000, you're required to get at least one appraisal. If the purchase price is in excess of 500,000, then as the governing body, you're required to obtain at least two appraisals.
Thank you. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Okay, so finding an appraisal on a 4-acre boat ramp is going to be very difficult. It's in Flora Home with that rural type. Is there any way we could forego that, or is that a statute that we are held
That's a
to?
statute.
Okay, so we have no way around that. I'm in favor of acquiring the boat ramp to support the community out there. Unfortunately, we weren't able to purchase it from Weyerhaeuser directly, and I don't know if we dropped the ball or if throughout our purchasing process that someone else snatched it up for a quick buck, for lack of a better term. But I'd hate to see these opportunities slide through our fingers because there is no other access to George's Lake, and it probably doesn't affect those people that live on George's Lake, but for those that can't afford waterfront property, this is going to deny them the opportunity, to take their kids swimming and fishing, and I think that's a huge part of growing up as a youngster out there. So I think we need to take whatever action we can to secure that property for that community, just not the folks that live on the lake, but those that live around that community. Any distraction that we can have to get children out off their cell phones and away from the television, I think it speaks volumes. It's worthwhile.
I agree.
So I'm in favor.
Commissioner Palatka, you're recognized.
I agree with Commissioner Alexander wholeheartedly about the kids and a place for them to be entertained at certainly a much safer environment than what's in the social media world today. However, I will say I wholeheartedly, even with the statute as a backup, I don't know the property values of land out there and around the lake, so I would heavily rely on what a licensed appraiser would feed us back there on that issue, because like I said, we're the keepers of the county's money, and I want to be sure it's wisely spent, and I would have to rely on that to give me that answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to say, to answer Commissioner Alexander's question, Weyerhaeuser knew for a long time that the county was interested in some purchase on that. We had a lease on that property. But I think from the buyer had a bigger picture and bought more land, and we were interested in boat ramp only. So with that in mind, we were kind of caught off guard when we got the notice in the mail that that property was sold and the lease is now going to be honored by this gentleman for a certain amount of time. It got us scrambling around here and going, why didn't they contact us when we offered to do this years ago?
Well, it
But,
seems like that would be the courtesy from Weyerhaeuser,
A
doesn't
little bit
it?
of courtesy would have
Yeah.
been nice, but undoubtedly, they sold bigger property, and that's how it went. So with that in mind, we didn't drop the ball. I do want to say one thing as we go forward, and I appreciate the appraisal process. I think it will show that there's a value there. But this isn't the end of the line. That boat ramp is going to need a little bit of work once we do take possession of that. But this board and the previous board has been very, very, very instrumental in parks and recreation throughout this whole county. And boat ramps are a big discussion we're having right now of getting people to enjoy Florida's nature. And we're seeing that. We're trying to land a lot of those planes that have been out there in the air for over 10 years now. So taking on another one doesn't scare us, but it does come with a price tag that we need to be mindful of doing that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
It looks like we will need to move forward with state statute to get the appraisal, so I don't want to steal your thunder. Would you like to go ahead and make the motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we go out for an appraisal to look at purchasing Georges Lake Boat Ramp.
I have a motion on the floor,
I'll second that.
and there's a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Palacier, you're recognized.
I heard the number of two different acreage sizes presented. Someone's much smarter than I think should have some input here as to exactly how much acreage we do want, or he is willing to sell, and let's come up with a number there. I don't know if it's 2 acres or 10 acres, but I'd like for someone that is definitely has more knowledge in that area to give us some guidance as to because I don't know the lay of the land. I don't know any structures that are around it, whatever. What do we need to have adequate parking, adequate dockage, adequate everything we need there? Let's do it right. If we're going to do it right the first time. Let's not have to go back and do this over. Thank you.
I will say from a real estate perspective, generally speaking, that whenever you take larger tracts of land on a per acre basis is usually less than per acre basis for a smaller piece of land. Yeah, so there's that. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So I think what I'm hearing from Commissioner Palacier is, the 2 offers were 10 acres, and then the second offer was 4 point something. Would you like an appraisal on both scenarios that were presented to us?
I want to see what we need, and we may go back and tell them, hey, we need 6.5 acres. I don't know what that number is. Let's get somebody that has some knowledge of what we've got out there. Maybe our Mr. Knowles and his staff could go out there and give us an idea of how much acreage we do need. We might need less, might need more. I don't know what that number is, but let's just get it right the first time.
Yes, you can approach the podium. Thank you.
James Cuneo, 569 West Hillsborough Avenue, Florhome, Georges Lake. To answer some of your questions, right now the realtor has it up, I believe it's 3.89 acres. It includes from West Hillsborough Avenue through the gate, just the road. The road is approximately 15 feet wide, goes down and it teardrops around. There's plenty of parking there. Public Works years ago put Jersey barriers in there to keep the kids from riding 4-wheelers and trucks down in the water. The boat ramp kind of sits off to the left with the canal going out. When we did the lease agreement with Weyerhaeuser, I believe Public Works has a survey on file, because if I remember correctly, they went out and surveyed it because we had to have a land description for the actual lease agreement. So I'm sure Mr. Stout could probably provide that. But that's, in all honesty, that's all we need, because the property that's to the east of the boat ramp is wetlands, and you probably really don't want to mess with that. So, and we're not looking for improvements. We're looking to maintain it like it is, and if the community needs to help keep it clean and controlled, we have no problem with that. So that's to give you a little peace of mind, what I know.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Harvey, you have a motion on the floor and a second. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, any further discussion? What's your motion again?
That was to go out and get an appraisal on the last, the 4 or I think it's right at 4 acres, yeah. That was been given to us on the last.
Okay, and that meets the property description that we currently
Yes, ma'am.
have under lease, okay? All in favor say aye.
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 All right, motion carries 4-0, with me abstaining. All right, with that, we're going to take a quick break, recess. wish to speak, please turn in a blue card. I have Mr. Tim Hotellin. Mr. Hotellin, good morning. You're up, buddy.
I apologize, I'm also excited about getting the gasification thing
Listen, we got to
going
get there
out
first,
so-
but yeah, we are too.
Pardon me. Anyhow, yeah, I asked
Name and
to
address,
speak about
please.
boat ramps and docks and just generically, and
Give me-
thank you for getting the docks in.
Give me your address, please.
105 Riverside Way, San Mateo.
Thank you.
Haven't moved. Just a couple of observations. In the Dunn's Creek Bridge, where you're gonna put that's coming up today, I had Commissioner Harvey out. We went out and took a look at it for a long time, and it's been years now that's come up. And even at that time, when DOT was building the bridge, I had encouraged some grass and a picnic table for all of the citizens that use that area to fish right there. And then the citizens have made a informal boat ramp that they've used. And what appears to be happening now is going to be taking years and years, and it might help if we could just put some crush and run, some gravel, just some loose fix that would tremendously improve the use of it. I mean, there's quite a lot of use actually at this point in time. The other thought being, be interested to find out what we can do with the Dunn's Creek, the property that we have on the East Platte end of the bridge, because that's 2 or 3 acres. It's a large chunk of land, and I know some of the objections being it's a narrow canal going out, but I'd also bring to your attention that most of those sailboats that seem to be in the way are all owned by one property owner. And I know when you have a car off the side of the road or whatever, you can put a no parking sign out. And it seems to me that they're hogging public canal space, and that could clear it out. If you could bring some engineering around where the boats, instead of coming in at a 90-degree angle, come in parallel to the canal that's already there. I'm just thinking that there are some options that are more economical, because you're talking about spending a whole bunch of money and you can't get George's Lake because that's a lot of money. I'm all excited from either way you go. I appreciate all the effort that you put into it and the time. But it might take some years and a little dress up. It'd be really, really helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Hotellin. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Tim, as always, I appreciate your comments. I know that we are on the verge of getting our bid-ready package together for the East Palatka side. I think that's all ready to go, or we're on the verge of that one being ready to go. As far as the boats go, Rich, correct me if I'm wrong, but the property owners on either side own a portion of that canal because it is man-made. So they're allowed, they can do whatever they want to, but I believe when I lived on a canal, it was broken down into thirds. Either side got a third, and the center third had to be left open for navigation. And after traversing that canal with a 20-foot boat, it was pretty easy to get in and out, but and you can spin it around down there in that basin with a minimal amount of skill, but anything larger than that, it's going to be difficult. But we already own that property, and it's going to make a great community park, and and smaller boat ramp. And what it's also going to do is give us the opportunity to have a soft launch for the kayaks, where they are not launching directly into the river channel there at Dunn's Creek. So I think that's very beneficial. So we can focus our small boats and our community events at the park that we already own. And then the lease was finalized and secured last week for the south side. And there's actually somewhat of a sense of urgency to get that done. So we will be working diligently to move that along, probably quicker than you're anticipating. If we are so moved.
I just remember Commissioner Turner's forever comment. Gosh, it's the government, it'll take forever.
Well, I think that with this board that we have, not so much this project, but other projects, I look at the strides that we've made with the animal control shelter, with the emergency management system, the updates to our parks and rec, adding additional employees to support our community. I think we have a collective goal of improving our community and doing it in a timely fashion. And I think that we have the right pieces in place. And, you know, I wanted to make that comment earlier when we were talking. You know, I've never been a politician, but I've been involved in sports. And with the growth of Port Putnam, you know, I feel like Putnam County has always been looked at as poor, you know, downtrodden. And we played defense for the last 50 years, 60 years. Now we got the ball, and the tide's turning. We're on the offense.
Yeah.
And we
have a rush hour all day long on Highway 17.
We are on the offense, and we are strategic, and we are going to capitalize on the opportunities that we have from Dunn's Creek State Park, Dunn's Creek Boat Ramp, our animal control facility. We're moving in to have it second to none on a budget. Staff has done a fantastic job with that. So I really feel like this group as a whole has traded for a new set of players. We've got the right components in place to really have a good community. That's why I stayed to help.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Hotelan. Is there anybody else in the audience who would wish to come forward and speak regarding an agenda item? All right, going back to the board, we're into consent. Commissioners wishing to pull any items, starting with Commissioner Newbold.
I have nothing to pull.
Commissioner Harvey.
I have none.
Commissioner Palacier.
I have nothing.
Commissioner Alexander.
Nothing, ma'am. Nothing, ma'am.
Nothing. Okay.
I'd move for approval of the.
Wait a minute, I wasn't done.
Oh,
I'd
sorry.
like to pull item R, the Dunn's Creek West Side Boat Ramp.
Sorry for jumping the gun.
That's
there.
okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda other than item R, which has been pulled for discussion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second by Commissioner Palacier. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. I did want to pull Dunn's Creek West Side Boat Ramp because I do have some questions on that. And I'm not sure if staff's going to help me or if it's going to be Commissioner Alexander, either way. So my concern is, first of all, I'm good with the project, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Conceptually, but I have some heartburn whenever we start talking about the dollars. So this is $294,781, which is basically the design and the professional engineering services. Is that correct?
I believe the permitting is included in that.
In the
as well.
permitting,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. Okay, so generally speaking, when we see these things, they are 10% of what the engineer is going to be saying. So we have an engineer who's going to be saying, roughly, this is a $3 million project. I know you've talked about, Commissioner Alexander, about a grant. However, when I looked up that grant, the most I've ever seen them give is around $800,000. So my concern is the other $2 million. So if we approve this today, and I also want you to talk about the timeline that you have. So this isn't just I want everybody to understand this isn't a $300,000 boat ramp. This is a $3 million boat ramp. So I want to make sure, that's the conversation I want us to have.
Oh, absolutely. And potentially it could have been a $6 or $8 million project if we had to purchase waterfront property and add all the existing pavement and doing the fill. And so it's granted, it may potentially be $3 million. It may not.
Is there a reason why, since we're not purchasing the land, is there a reason why we're looking at a $3 million cost? I understood something about the footers of the bridge or something. We had to secure them up more than normal.
I don't remember that portion of it. I know that we typically are going to shoot high on this project, and if we can come under, we will. I know there were some concerns from the community regarding the pricing that we saw in the engineering, but I spoke with engineers in the industry recently, and they said that's right in line, and if not, even a little bit less than what is typically seen for those types of services.
And then we have a lease on this property. We don't own it. And the lease is for how long?
30 years.
30 years.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully it doesn't take us 10 years to get it going, so we only get 20 years of use.
Well, you mentioned something at one of the meetings about being under a time frame. So what's that time frame that you're talking about?
DOT asked if we could have our side of it done by 2027. So that is an aggressive timeline.
Mr. Grimes, could you comment on I see you have your.
Yeah, I was just going to clarify. I spoke with Mr. Stout after he spoke with the engineers, and they said it's going to be between $3 and $3.5 million is what the engineering estimate was, and he said he would caution towards the $3.5 million side of it just because of having to do the protection of the bridge pylons. He did submit some DOT-approved bridge pylon protection to us that is the driver of the expenses, the petitions around or the protection of the bridge pylon, and there's just no way around those. We're going to have to do that if we're going to put a boat ramp there. So I think 2027 is really aggressive with it's just simply for permitting. I don't think we'll have the permits back by 2027. I mean, we're almost to 2026 now. I mean, you're talking, I'm not sure how long it's going to take to build the bridge, but I think permitting could take us 8 to 10 months by the time we apply. I mean, we've got 2 applications into the Water Management District now that have been on, waiting for approval for 6 or 8 months. So, I mean, it takes a long time by the time all the studies get done. So I think that just may be a touch aggressive to have it done by 2020. It may be started, but I don't complete. I think it's going to be a huge rush if we can get the permitting pushed through. Again, it's because it's not only locally at the Water Management, we also got to deal with the U.S. Army Corps and all the things we have to do through there, which sometimes takes up a majority of the time. So I would be just a little cautious with that.
Sure. Thank you, JR. I appreciate that. And, regarding this project, we had talked about it before, Mr. Harvey and I, at another meeting, and he said that was pretty impressive that we were able to secure that in such a short time frame. And I said, yeah, when you've got the community behind you and the project makes sense, I think it's a lot easier to move these things forward and people don't question their decisions. It's a boon for the community. The property is there. The majority of a lot of the site work is done. And we're not going to be able to secure another piece of waterfront property to support that community down there for this type of budget. I honestly, JR, correct me if I'm wrong, but if we had to secure a piece of property and do the site work in addition to the cost that we're anticipating, where do you think we would be? I mean, just off the hip, I'm not holding you to it, but.
Well, I have no idea. It really depends on the property, right? How much mitigation's put in it, how much clearance done there, how much drainage we have to put in. I mean, to be honest, I think our engineering estimate that we're seeing at the Georgetown Park, which has mitigation in it, would be somewhere close, right? And our engineering estimate in there is around $3.5 to $4 million, around the same money, right, for a 26-acre project. I don't know. I mean, you're looking at civil work at the fairgrounds for a fairly level piece of property right now. The bid spec came in for that one for $960,000. So yep. It's really difficult to tell, where civil is. I mean, a fire station, high and dry is probably a portion of the county that it could potentially be in. Yeah. That required a retention pond. I mean, it's just what's required. The low bid on that was $560,000 for just the civil work. So we ended up doing it in-house, saved 60% of the budget that was originally allocated for it. So.
And a lot of this is already done leading up to just the boat ramp and the turnabout area.
Sure, that's why, part of me, and I love the project. I think it's a very viable project, but scares me that we're going to put this much investment in protecting bridge pylons that are already protected. I mean, I think that's a conversation that we need to have with the DOT at some level, right? Because there's already protection on those pylons. I don't know what additional we have to do. I'm not an engineer.
Right.
So-
And looking at the drawings, it seemed to me that the primary protection they were worried about was the land side and protecting them from vehicles, not so much the water side. Was that the way you read it?
I'd have to lean to Mr. Knowles for that because he's going to be my resident expert. Could you comment, Mr. Knowles?
Yeah, because I was looking at the blueprints and initially I expected the protection to be on the fenders of the bridge on the water, but it wasn't. It was on the pilings on the land. So I'm feeling that, or I feel that we could potentially mitigate some of those costs with a different solution. So hopefully we can do something different.
Commissioner Alexander is correct that I looked at what the DOT details were, and most of it is protection of the land side bridge pilings, and I guess it's just to keep vehicles from running into the bridge piles there and causing an issue.
Mm-hmm.
But I really didn't see anything that indicated that we had to do any protection on the water side.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So hopefully we can do something, because currently there is traffic down there, automotive traffic, so potentially there is opportunities for discussion about that, because they're currently driving right by the same pilings that they're going to be driving by with the boats. So nothing's going to change.
Agreed. I think that DOT's concern is probably the improvements that we will be bringing vehicular traffic closer to those bridge pilings. If we're talking about somebody parking a boat trailer or something like that, it increases the probability that somebody might impact those pilings.
Yep, I agree.
Commissioner Harvey, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do want to thank Commissioner Alexander for doing this. As I've mentioned before, Mr. Hotelan and I walked that property a long, long time ago. And back then, the answer was no. But what I've learned in government, that you keep asking the question until you get the yes. I support this project wholly. I believe that it's going to be beneficial for the people in that area throughout Putnam County to be able to use this area. And yeah, if we had to start with virgin land, I don't know if we could even afford the price tag. So I think there's always room at the table to have the discussion that makes sense, like, do we really need to do this or do we really need to do that? And I believe DOT will be amenable to that once they see that. I do think that probably we'll see in the future some type of grant appropriation, whatever that might look like. I do support going out today to look for a design for that. And I also want to say, you know, the last meeting we had, Commissioner Alexander, when you brought this up, my concern wasn't another boat ramp. My concern was how many planes were in the air at the time that we had it. Since that conversation, we have figured out a way to land some of the planes.
Yep.
And get them in close, at least maybe not land them completely, but the landing gear is down. And that brings me hope that some of these projects that have been out there for over 11 years are coming in for a landing. So, and they're badly needed. You know, the worst thing I think we do in government, people hear what they want to hear. They hear their road's going to get paved, even might not be getting paved, but we're talking about it. But once they hear things, then it's the gospel truth. But this is a step in the right direction for us to bring a conceptual idea, what that price tag looks like, how much can we afford at that time, and where can we afford to get the money from. So I think moving this forward is a tremendous opportunity for Putnam County, and I look forward to having, I know we're going to have another boat ramp right across the river, basically, you know, but I think it's good for that area to have as many as we can, to have people, like you said, get away from their cell phones, get away from their computer, get out there and enjoy Florida at its finest. And let's be honest, the area around these boat ramps that we're looking at will probably not ever get more developed than it is right now. So this is an opportunity for us to really shine in this area. So thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to make those comments.
Thank you. So the reason I pulled this item is because, you know, when we looked at, you talked about landing some planes, we pulled $10.4 million from our general fund at the last board meeting, which is the most I've ever seen us do in a long time. I haven't seen us do that before. And we have $2.2 million in reserves after we spend, some BPP money. And I want to go on record by saying I think that the citizens voted for BPP money to be spent on roads. Yes, we can use it for other things, but roads is the majority of what people voted for. And so it should be, I think that moving forward, instead of cutting dirt to pay, we should be doing more of that. Have we done a good job? We've done a good job. We certainly brought it from, and staff has done a good job bringing it from where it was to where it is today. And we've got more roads paved in the last couple of years than we've seen in a long time. So my concern is, it's not against your boat ramp, don't get me wrong. It's the idea of, we're okay spending $3 million toward this in the future. And if we can get there financially, I'll get behind it. But we haven't funded our ERP program, right? We haven't funded that, and that's a priority. And so are we getting our wants in front of our needs? Our need is, we need to fund the ERP program for the clerk of courts. You even mentioned it yourself, Commissioner. And protecting the data that we have at the county. We have, Commissioner Palastier wants to work on the remaining governmental complex here and the parking lot. We have a fairgrounds building that's not fully funded. We have Fort Gates Ferry. We have the George Miller building that Commissioner Newbold's looking at doing. So I just want to remind this board is how, at some point, we got to make sure we have our needs and then our wants. And we fulfill the needs first and the wants come second. And so that's where I'm at on this. I'm going to support it. I am going to support it because I know that there are some things that I do like about the project, which is the fact that it is state land and that they've given us a 30-year lease and we didn't purchase that land. Mm-hmm. I totally get that, and that helps me. But what I would want from you and from staff is, let's find a way when we go to fund this, how are we funding it? And I don't want it to be out of BPP funds. So those are my comments. You're recognized, Mr. Alexander.
Okay, a quick question on the BPP funds. Where are those revenues recognized from?
They were the vote. That's the voted on.
I know what they are, but they're drawn from sales tax, correct?
Correct.
And generating additional opportunities for tourism through boating. I'm wondering if that might not pay for itself in some type of ROI.
Okay.
So that is my one comment to that.
Okay.
So I do think it will help in funding itself there. And as far as the ERP program, I'm 100% on board on that. I'm the one that championed it last year in Tallahassee. I'm the one that you asked me for my one request this year for appropriations. It's the same thing. And again, Ms. Suggs and I have also been engaged in other ways to fund it because I think it is absolutely critical that we protect our security and we have better efficiencies for our staff. It's antiquated. We have a lot of shortcomings there, and we can take care of that with monies in-house. But if we can get the state to fund it, that is the direction I would like to go on it. But that is a number one priority for me. So we are all in agreement with that. Fortunately for on this project, if it were $4 or $5 million that we're having to spend in addition to the engineering and the additional work, not feasible. But the state has, again, not to beleaguer your point, but the state has allowed us to use this property. It's a perfect opportunity, and a lot of the work's done. I feel if we don't capitalize on it, we're missing an opportunity. And again, you're talking about, and Larry, and Commissioner Harvey, this opportunity has created the discussion regarding those planes and finalizing these projects.
That's very true.
That needed to be done. And without this discussion, probably would have been kicked down the road and not addressed again. So I think everything about it has been positive, and I appreciate the questions that you guys have asked. It has opened the doors to get these projects finished, and it has shown the community that we have fiscal responsibility before we do anything. So thank you, guys.
Commissioner Harvey, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll kind of be real quick with my comment. My pastor says I know what I said, but I don't know what you heard, right? People did vote on the Better Place. They voted twice on it, And I agree, they thought roads and roads. But truly, we have used Better Place Plan for the enjoyment of life and the situation, and we have used a lot on roads. But it's available for us to use on the basic necessities of life and the joy and the recreation. So that's a fund that I think everybody benefits from. We give a little here, a little there, but if we spend it all on roads, then I think we'd be misleading what the voters really voted for if they read it. The other thing I'm going to say is we're going to have a conversation after this on legislative priorities, and I do think I'm going to be bringing up a pathway Mr. Reynolds and I have been working on the ERP program. So just be ready for that to come in just a few moments.
All right, thank you. And my comment about the BPP was if we have 2.2 million in reserves and this ends up being funded through that same program, we're out of money. We're out of money. And so then if we spend the last $2 million we have in reserves on this project, and I'm not saying we are because we're not there yet, but if that's what we do, then all of us up here have to answer to our constituents why we didn't take care of roads. And with that, that's all I'm going to say. I do support this project, but I would like for Commissioner Alexander, as we move forward, to turn over every stone that you can and try to find revenue wherever you can find to fund your project. So with that being said, I move this for approval.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm the chair. I guess I need somebody else to move it
before we do that, I do want to say that we did explore an initial grant for the engineering and permitting. We were unsuccessful in garnering that, but based on Mr. Sullivan's recent success with the port, maybe he's got a little more pull and he can help us get a little more leverage on the grant next year. And what I've learned too from Tallahassee, every time I talk to somebody out there, they all want to hear skin in the game. What have you done?
Mm-hmm.
How have you contributed? Don't
That's
just ask
correct.
us for handouts, ask us to be a partner. And I think that's going to help us when we go apply for the additional grant money.
I agree with that. I can't make a motion.
All right, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve item R, Duns Creek West Side Boat Ramp Proposal for Design Services and Budget Resolution to the tune of $294,780.20.
We have a-
Resolution 2025-080.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Yeah, we can take a break, but the reason, I hope you don't mind the discussion. I feel like those are the discussions we gotta have. And, again, I wasn't picking on the fact that it's your project, but it has brought out a lot of good discussion that needed to be had.
Absolutely not. That the value of the conversation is almost to me as worthwhile as the project itself, because these projects that have been hanging out there need to be finished. They need to be completed. We have an obligation to the folks that gave us the grants. We have an obligation to our community to finish these things up, and that there's a lot of them out there, and I think we are all on board with getting them done now.
All right, with that, we have a request for a break. Is that correct? All right, 2-minute break. Congressman Fine's office was here earlier and she had to leave. And we also have Beth Payne from the Northeast Florida Regional Council. Thank you for joining us today. And of course, our President, Laura Pavlis from the Chamber. We're going into new business. I'd like to move item C first, the Sanitation Memorandum of Understanding. As a point of privilege, I'm going to move that ahead. We have a guest in the audience, and I don't want them to have to wait. So with that, Mr. Tilton, would you please come forward and give us an overview? I think we all have been following this pretty closely, but if you could just go over the Memorandum of Understanding. By the way, this Memorandum of Understanding was already reviewed by our county attorney.
Yes, well, first and foremost, thank y'all for this opportunity to be here before you today and discuss the MOU that we have before you. This is a memorandum of understanding between Putnam County and Resyn Technologies, Inc. It is for us to move forward with the process of a project to put in a gasification machine that we will partner with them providing the trash that will then turn the trash into a syngas or methanol that we will be able to convert and then sell to chemical companies, or they will be able to sell to chemical companies. So this is the agreement, and it was actually our attorney, Mr. Commando, worked directly with Resyn and their people to get this done to make sure that it was out for the best interests of both sides with this, and so that we can move forward with this project. So with that being said, I'm here for any questions. We've talked about this, but if anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask.
Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for the honor of recognizing me as Commissioner Alexander. That's good. So, always. Madam Chair and fellow board members, I'm just going to be very brutally honest. I support this project wholeheartedly, but this is my fourth bite at the apple. And I've said that when we met. I've been down this road. I've heard promises made and nothing delivered. I believe this is time that it's going to be, the promises are going to be delivered. And I do believe that. I want to go back and publicly say to my commissioner to my right, Commissioner Palatka, who years ago stood with me along with one other vote not to sell the landfill because he realized the importance and the financial impact of this county when that landfill was up for sale. And it would have been a very sweet deal at that time, but it would have been a sweet deal for only a little while. And we looked at the long-term picture, and that was one of those motions you make. Commissioner Palatka went seconded it, and we were waiting for the final vote, and it came through. But I think we'd have been remiss if we'd have sold that landfill. So my comments are simply this. It's time for us to really say to people, I want to know what you're going to do. So yesterday I asked that question to the person who's building this for us. And if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'd like to read it into the record. Commissioner Harvey, thank you for your note. Regarding the Palatka REA syngas project, our system is expected to be complete commissioning in Washington State by November 1, 2025, barring unforeseen supply chain or technical delays. Following final question and answer testing during November, the system will be dismantled, loaded, and shipped to Palatka landfill. From shipment, we anticipate 6 to 9 months to rebuild the system online, subject to permitting. Early indications suggest we can secure the required permits from DEP within that time frame. Based on this plan, we expect to be fully operational in converting municipal solid waste to syngas within 12 months. We remain committed to advancing this project in alignment with the MOU before you today, September 9th, 2025, between the Putnam County and the REA SYN, and we'll keep the county updated as milestones are achieved. Please feel free to reach out to me. Respectfully, Jonathan Lee, CEO, REA SYN and Technologies. I appreciate that because I support this project, but I don't support any project with government if it's going to sit on the sidelines for years and years and years. Because again, what we just said a few minutes ago, our constituents hear one thing. In reality, it could be years before something comes to play. And I think it's time that we've talked about this. I held that torch at the University of Florida. It might not be the exact torch that you're using, but the concept's the same. You're taking municipal waste and turning it into a byproduct. I get that wholeheartedly. I remember when Mr. Neal, and I forgot his last name, Tim, and you remember when he stood up here and explained what atoms are and how many atoms are in a plastic thing and what burns well and paper doesn't burn and tires burn. He was a little eccentric, but I tell you what, I learned a lot from that gentleman. And it really struck home to me. So I'm excited about this project. I'm excited that benchmarks have been put in by the person doing it, maybe not in our MOU, but I just read those into the record. It's time for us to see emerging technology come forward and us be a part of that emerging technology for the future. Because I can tell you, the decision we made years ago not to sell, you're going to see tremendous financial benefits in this county because we're going to have this system, and believe me, people are going to be shipping stuff to us to take care of that. So thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry I was a little passionate, but I am.
That's perfectly fine. Commissioner Palatka, you're recognized.
Mr. Tilton, you've seen my enthusiasm, I think, since day one, since we started discussing this.
Yes, sir.
And I commend Commissioner Harvey on having a really good memory, because I had forgot all about that. Yeah. I too have always seen the potential of what we have out there, or feel like it was there. And the byproduct that will be coming from this, which will come in a sale price that will be attached with a 7% sales tax attached, our Better Place plan. So there's some of our money coming back already. The excitement I have is possible disappearance of those mountains out there, the possibility of receiving construction debris, whatever it may be, from other counties that we can take care of and dissolve and charge them a fee for this, and thereby helping our revenues is exciting. And another county, and I won't mention their name, turned this down or didn't have really an interest in it in the state of Florida. And here little old sleepy Putnam is getting the nod. So again, I like the idea of Putnam being on the cutting edge, stepping forward and bringing some things to the table that the state hadn't seen, and we're getting some great support for it. I see good things, nothing but good for our county, and I'm excited about it, and the potential of what it could do for our citizens in cutting costs is tremendous. And again, I wholeheartedly support this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Tilton, just so we understand, what's in front of us today is a pilot project.
Yes, ma'am.
And then once that pilot project is successful, then we'll move forward. So let's talk about the different phases in this, if you will. Can you help our residents understand that?
So the first phase of this was actually, it is a 5-ton-a-day machine.
Okay.
And so what we have done is we've already put in a process that once the machine is here that we will select, we'll have a certain trash can rear load that comes in. We will have 5 tons that comes in. We will then load it in a dumpster or a grapple truck, and we will then take it over to the facility, to which at the time that it will be processed. When we make sure that everything works, then we'll be going to the next modulars, which they come in 150-ton-a-day modulars. And then we are looking to add as many as we feel are needed in this area as we move forward. So that's kind of the process. We're going to start off with a 5-ton-a-day machine. And when we make sure that it works, then we will work towards ramping it up with our partnership with Resend.
And then will we be able to use the gas, the methane gas that's coming out currently out of our landfill? We'll be able to do something with that?
So that is part of the grant that we put in for. This machine works better. It needs the methane. So we will then, what we're doing is we will put a gas collection system in our landfill now that will then be piped into this unit to go forward to make sure that this process runs in the way that it needs to.
Well, that's very exciting. So this is cutting edge technology. Would you say that?
Absolutely. This right here, when we make it work, we'll do as much, we will change the solid waste industry when it works.
And
everything that we'll be one of the few counties that will be able to say that everything we produce in Putnam County is recycled.
100%.
So
once we get to that point.
Once we get to that point, we will be able to move forward in that direction and truly be able to, with the ultimate goal for it to be able to, as Commissioner Pelletier was saying, to be able to pay back and look, we're always looking for ways to lower the rates that we have.
That's correct.
Unfortunately, this last year, inflation caught up to us, but we're always looking for opportunities to give back because that's what we're supposed to do.
And Mr. Tilton, you grew up here in Putnam County.
Yes, ma'am.
And you moved away.
Yes, ma'am.
And you came back with a vast knowledge of how landfills work. And,
Cool. Yes, ma'am.
and I think that that's tremendous. And what are your personal thoughts on this from a county resident as far as the future?
This is what I do, right?
Right.
So when I moved away in 2010, I was introduced to my Uncle Bill, I worked for Uncle Bill and them at SCS for years. And I remember thinking, we're pretty good size. And he said, son, we're not a flea on the camel's back. So when I went away, I worked for the largest solid waste company in the United States. Was introduced to, we powered 60% of the BMW plant in Greenville Park, Spartanburg off of one of my landfills. We powered 8,000 houses from the gas of my other landfill. So to be able to come back and do something like this in Putnam County that can truly make a difference for the citizens and for what we stand for and what we want for this county, I'm just doing what's best for home.
And that's why I asked you that question, because you're the most passionate person about this in the county. And certainly what you bring to the table and your knowledge is, we benefit greatly as a community from that. But we couldn't have said it better as 5 commissioners, what you just said.
Well, I was always taught if you're going to put your name to it, you better know what you're talking about.
Yes,
so
sir.
That's what we're going to work at.
That's exactly right. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
How many tons of garbage are we getting in a day?
About 425.
About 425?
Yes, sir.
All right, so three
we were
modular
doing-
units would I'm just trying to get a volume and an
Yes,
idea
sir.
of what you got going on, so.
Yes, sir.
So
We
that-
were doing as much as 1,200 a day when we were taking some out-of-county garbage. So the volume's there, but right now, like I've said before, the out-of-county garbage, the price didn't make sense to do it to benefit the citizens. So that's why we're in the place we're at, just taking our own.
And my favorite part about that, I didn't want to bring it out, but you brought it out. We talk about these solid waste fees and they're increasing. We did a fantastic job, staff did a fantastic job of holding the increases as low as they could. But if this is successful, we have the potential to lower those rates.
Yes, sir.
That's
Absolutely.
great, man. That's thinking, that's strategic thinking. That's great. I'm very excited about it.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
I'll be quick. We had a number of, a small vociferous group, poo-poo the idea of no more recycling, curbside recycling. Of course, that most of those folks were happy about that. We do still recycle, we just don't pick it up. But this takes recycling to a whole nother level, and we've got everything coming together at one time. You mentioned it earlier about all the pieces coming together, the stars aligning. We are so fortunate to have you and your innovative thinking in this process.
Appreciate
it. Other recycling will come, in addition to this. So just let the community know that we have someone in place that is always looking to the cutting edge for us, to our benefit. So thank you for all you're doing.
Yes, sir.
Well, one of the things that always gets me is and Commissioner Harvey mentioned it earlier, is we tend to be out of the 67 counties, we tend to fall at the bottom on a lot of things. And for us to be able to fall at the top on how we handle our recyclable and how we handle our landfill in the future, it's going to be, it's an economic driver. I believe the company would have some additional employees on staff that
Absolutely.
yeah, and as it grows, assuming everything becomes successful, and we have no reason to think it wouldn't, is that economic driver comes into play. Another part of what we're doing, we've got the port lined up, we're going to work on the landfill, the education system's working, the chamber's working on what economic drivers they can bring into the community. The county commissioners are working. I believe all the municipalities are doing it as well. So with that, I'm very excited about this project. I know a public-private partnership sometimes is scary because when we're in government, we like to be in control, but the reality is when you have a public-private partnership is you tend to be able to get things done a little bit faster because there's a motivation at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
And so with that, I applaud that. I'm excited to think that at some point in the future we could have 100% recycle. I know that's crazy to even think about, to even talk about, but even if any number is better than what we got, right?
Ma'am.
And so, I appreciate that, and I think this is just a great initiative. And again, it's a pilot project. We'll go from there and see what
right.
that comes. And
We
then
got some work to do.
we got some work to do, and then you'll give us some updates and a
Absolutely.
timeline. We're looking, we talked about within a year we would have that up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Are there any other questions?
Madam Chair, for the record, that was I that had the cutting edge Putnam in the front, not in the back.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Just
I
wanna
knew
be
one,
sure.
somebody
I
to my
want
right.
credit
Thank
where
you. You want
credit's
the
due.
credit.
I don't
Yes,
get it
sir.
much.
Got
I
it.
like that.
Got it.
I like that.
This board, I don't know what we'll do with them. Anyway, with that being said, is there a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the resolution and approve your signature with the MOU between the Putnam County and REA Sin Technologies, Inc.
And I think there's an address change. Do we have an address change?
Yes, so on the MOU, it says in the first section, it actually referenced our Interlaken location. It said 111 Hickory Lane. That needs to be changed to 140 County Landfill Road, as it will be located right behind our tire grinder.
Madam Chair, I move approval with the corrections as stated at our central landfill in
Yes, sir.
140 County Landfill Road, Palatka, Florida. All right, we have a motion on the floor,
I'll second that.
and there's a second. Any further discussion or questions? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wise. All right, going back to new business, moving into our legislative priorities. Is that you, Mr. Suggs? Are you going to? Page 449 in your packet.
Bring your microphone back up also.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. As you know, you had requested a couple meetings back for the commissioners to start sharing their thoughts on what we might want to go back out for the legislative appropriations this year. What you see in front of you is a list of 7 items that came in. So we put together an agenda item this morning to bring it back to the board so we could get further discussion and direction related to each one of the items as to which one of these items the boards would like to move forward on, so staff can start prepping the items for the upcoming legislative delegation meeting. I believe it's going to be the September 19th. I believe it starts at 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning that
Yes,
morning.
sir. September 19th. Okay. Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
I neglected the Duns Creek State Park added to this list. We have brought it to the attention of our legislature in the past. I think that one may be a little less heavy lift. I think there's some interest there at the state level, and I'd like to see that back on the list.
Thank you. I don't disagree. I had that on my to add, and basically that's not a funding for us. That's a push letting the state know that we have an interest in seeing Duns Creek State Park come to fruition and actually be an economic driver, just like everything else we've talked about, and that there would be camping and other things available at Duns Creek Park. I want to talk about this whole list, and so I'll start. Upgrades to the St. John's Harbor water system. What is our ask? Are we thinking $2 million, Mr. Grimes? Is that what we're thinking? We know we've got $1 million that is needed today. But upgrades and the expansion out in that area, are we looking at a $2 million ask?
Conservatively, yeah, because
Okay.
I don't know exactly the scope we're going to put together around it, but I know there is some interest with a few of the businesses around there to try to get some expansion ran out of that plant. I think when we get it moved from the boundaries of the St. John's Harbor, I think it'll continue to grow. But I would think that would be a safe bet because we just really haven't got the full numbers back. Our early estimate was $1 million of what things need to happen out there, but that plant's also 20-plus years old.
Yeah, that's my concern.
So there's going to be several pieces of it that are probably going to be expensive that have to be replaced over the next few years with a very limited customer base. I think it's 168 people. So that's going to be a tough one to, for all the folks that live out there. So I think that if we could get anything, it would sure help with the cause at St. John's Harbor.
And I appreciate that. And so we've discussed this a little bit at this board. There's currently 168 people, and they're at 25% capacity, but there's over 400 residents in the St. John's Harbor, 400 parcels that are in there that could benefit from this. But we got to be able to expand it, and it's got to be, it needs to be brought up to compliance. I hate to use that word, but that really is the right word.
That is absolutely the right term, bring it into compliance, because it's been let go out of compliance, no fault of ours. I mean, we were handed, I think it was mentioned before this.
Ugly baby is what I
Okay, you
called
said it, I didn't want to
called
say it, so
I'll call
you
it.
said it. So we have to deal with it, right? I think that maybe that's one of the things we talk about there is you guys make us take them, right? Can you help us try to get us out from under it? Because it's statute that makes us take these things when they fail, right? And nobody's going to let them go when they're profitable and people are making money. It's when they don't make money, they're going to put it on the burden of the taxing authority or the other citizens of this county. So I think it's a fair statement to stand in front of our legislators and ask, if you're going to make us take these, it should come at some kind of, dollars that's given from the state of Florida back if we're going to be the ones responsible for them.
Are there any grants that you know of that we could have applied for that we might not have for this particular project?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, of course, there's probably all kinds of opportunities out there. The infrastructure grants like that and those small community things are sometimes tough to get as a municipality, right? Because they may issue them to the homeowners association for better term. I mean, I'm sure there's probably a better term than that, but for us, not really, right? I mean, we every opportunity we see, we apply for. We just did an efficiency grant through FDAX at the wastewater treatment plant. You guys awarded it a few weeks back. Those are, they come along and we apply for every one that we know of, right? The engineering staff and the folks there do such a great job of making sure that every application that we, through their, outlets and their communication with their peers of grant funding out there that's available. Always encourage, if anybody knows of any grants that are out there available, we'll absolutely apply for them. But I think we hit just about we applied for the St. John's Harbor and that same efficiency grant that we applied for also at the East Putnam Regional Plant, but we could only get one, right? And the first one that was issued was the wastewater plant. We'll probably go at that same pot there. We'll go after another one next year. But
Well, I think that's important because I know one of the questions that gets asked on those appropriation requests is, have you applied for a grant? So I just want to make sure that we can say, yes, we have. So I'm very excited to see that on the list. The second is the expansion of the wastewater system in East Palatka. I know some of you got lights lit, and I'll get to that. What is it we're doing particularly in East Palatka that we're asking for that we don't already have on our radar that are funded?
well, I don't know that we don't have that we've already funded, but if we could get any help with it, right? So our capital investment has taken so long. I mean, I'm just going to go back into impact fees. We just didn't have, we had good data, but it was old data, right? Because we haven't made a capital investment in that sewer plant in 20 years. Well, now the money you had to go there and chase, if you start really putting the math problem together, the impact fee for the East Putnam Regional Plant is not going to pay for the expansion, right? Because we just didn't have true today cost numbers because we haven't made a capital investment in it. So moving forward, you're looking at, our engineering estimate we got back was $10.2 million to take in, what is it going to be somewhere, Mr. Knowles, I don't want to speak out of turn, somewhere around 1,500 to 2,000 customers. You start thinking about what the actual math is on that, it doesn't cover it, right? So I think that's one opportunity we're going to look back for is when we do the next study is to look at that. But any assistance the state could give us, to offset some of the costs we're having to incur locally on that would be a great help.
And so we don't have or what our number is yet, but we're going to be getting that.
We have an engineering estimate to add 150,000 gallons a day to the plant itself, inclusive of the purchase price of the land was at $10.2 million. So it's around $9 million to do the plant expansion, and I think it was right at $1 million for the piece of property, give or take on the math. I'm sorry, I don't have it sitting in front of me.
It was $1 million. It was $1,038,000.
So you're looking roughly at 10.2. So you're looking at just to do 150,000 gallon a day expansion, and that's when you start thinking about it, it's not a huge lift, right? Because you start talking about what you guys have already approved in the East Palatka and what's on the radar in East Palatka. I don't know that 150,000 gallons a day is enough. We're going to be chasing this puzzle for quite a while, because I mean, you start looking at the things that are proposed over there, and the DRCs that are coming in and things like that. That we got a big investment to make over there real fast because it's coming whether we like it or not.
Push your button.
How many homes is 150,000 gallons going to service?
That's a good question.
I think the average home is, I think those national, and I could be wrong again, it's around 300 gallons a day per residential home. Is a rough estimate of how much is used per day. So you start doing the math on that. I'm sorry. around 500 homes a day is what you're going to receive off of that. And that may be a little bit high, right? But that's the average is around 300 gallons a day.
So,
We're gonna need a lot more expansion.
and what portion of this would be covered by impact fees? Is there a number that we know if the D.R. Horton and the other, I think there was another, place on the, right next to the,
There's several
Public
proposals.
Works, I'll
Yes,
speak
ma'am.
in a minute, Public Works is, that will be going in. We don't have a number on that yet.
Well, there's a proposed, was it 500 and something homes in the phase, or the complete build out? Now, you gotta remember.
I think it was
complete
550
build,
originally.
550 homes, the D.R. Horton you guys approved off of 207. But that's over a multi-phase, multi-year deal, right? I've seen, it's there, the DRC's coming up for one that's got 160 homes in the first phase. But, we're pushing with what we have on the books today and the ones that have been issued. You're sitting at about 80 to 90% capacity when I was talking to Mr. Knowles earlier, but that's with an assumption that all 400 homes hook up to on the East Palatka system when we do the septic to sewer phase 4, right? But if we're not going to get all 400 people to hook in at one time, and we all know that, but we have to figure that in the capacity to start with, right? So as we get through that project, we potentially could release some capacity back to, without having to do so much expansion, right? But right now, you're looking, the expansion already given out there is going to take most of a 150,000 gallon a day expansion of that plant. So you start looking at what was approved in the impact fee, which was, I think, $5,700 for water and sewer impact in East Putnam Regional. That math doesn't math.
That's what we love about government.
Say that.
You've been wanting to say that. And then, thirdly, we have the expansion of water and wastewater at Bargeport. Mr. Suggs, do you want to comment on that?
That was a request, I believe, that came in, if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Harvey, and it just goes back to the same discussion we have every day, that when we talk about the barge port, we're gonna have to try to figure out how we can get additional services out there. Of course, we'll have to go through with the city at this point, but we'll just have to look at that, and we need to look at what infrastructure we need to increase out there.
So do we have an idea number-wise what we're looking at? Are we looking at a couple 100,000, or we don't? I mean, it's hard for us to say this is a priority for us to go to the legislature with if we don't know what our number's going to be.
I can tell you that we haven't given it any.
Serious? Okay,
Because until we have a direction from the board today. This was the information I was put together last week to come in front of the board today, so we can get further direction on where you'd like to set your priorities at. Once we get that direction, we'll go to work on it.
I appreciate that. And I know that when we, there was a meeting in East Palatka with our representatives, Judson Sapp, Senator Leak, and Congressman Fine. And one of the things they talked about was state and federal level, what mostly they're seeing get funded, because that was one of the questions that got asked, is what about the new year coming in? What can we expect? Well, it's politics. We don't know what we can expect. That's the first answer. But beyond that, what is it that they've seen get funded? And mostly what they talked about was wastewater and water treatment facilities. And I think those should be the requests that we're asking in Tallahassee, because a lot of these things are unfunded mandates that we're getting from the state. Besides the fact that we had to take the ugly baby in St. John's Harbor, we also have, they want us to take septic off of the riverfronts. Well, a county like ours doesn't necessarily have the funds to do that. And those are the type of conversations I think has to happen at the state and federal level.
I will say this, Madam Chair, that one of the things that we've talked about with our federal lobbyists is the fact that we're looking at environmental type grants to do the wastewater on the north end of the county. And so we'll continue to go down that road to see what we can come up with to expand those services, or actually create those services on the north end of the county. I know that's item 6 on here, but it can also tie into the barge port as well.
Yeah, we haven't even scratched the surface on that, though. I mean, we have a $2 million request for a study that we haven't even got to start. So
Yeah.
I'm a little concerned about asking for something when we haven't got through the study of it first.
I don't disagree with that. The opportunity that we're looking at on the federal level came up prior to. So we're just exploring all the options and avenues available to the county at this point to see if there's any dollars out there that we might be able to help us assist in building that facility as we know the growth is coming to the north end of the county.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. I know we haven't gotten through that study yet. And then there's some things on here I'm just a little blown away by. Study supporting second bridge in the Palatka Putnam area. Well, you know, that sounds great, and I'm not saying it's not needed, but if you didn't notice how long it took to get a new Shands Bridge, I mean, 30, 40 years, I have no idea. Shands Bridge has been a 2-lane, has a lot more traffic flow than what we have here in Palatka. I don't disagree that we need one. We can certainly have discussion about this with our legislators, and I'll call on each one of my board members to go through the list. Additionally, widening of State Road 100, we've had conversations with FDOT. I would like to see it at least widened to Florhome personally, but, you know, I don't know that the last traffic study that I got said that we have about 10,000 daily trips and that they don't have any appetite or budget to increase that road as far as a 4-lane or even passing zones until it gets to about 30,000. So I don't know that the numbers are there, but we can certainly have discussion with people in Tallahassee about wanting that. And then, of course, our ERP program is something that we've all said that we want. So I guess the idea is to take it back to Tallahassee again. Is that what the direction is?
These are all directives that came from the board for discussion today. This is not staff's list. Again, we're just looking for any type of discussion and direction moving forward that the staff would like for us to put our energy behind to go ahead and create the information for our legislative delegation meeting on the 19th, and then prepare whatever documents for the state and the House when those documents come available to start moving our appropriations forward.
So this is just a cumulative list of what you've received from the commissioners, and then we're going to get base our appetite on it, on priority and preference.
We're going to get in the weeds as to what order we want and which ones we want to stay on the list. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And then we'll go through each commissioner.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I do see a lot of things that could be combined here, but I want to say, even though DOT might be saying the widening of State Road 100 might not be in their radar, I do think local control, local issue is very important to me and this board, and I think we should ring that bell. You know, it amazes me that we have a 4-lane road coming from Hawthorne to basically the swamp, 9-mile swamp, at 50 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. But we have 100, a 2-lane road, that's at 60 miles an hour. Go figure that. I don't get that. So I think we got to ring that bell and explain that story. I think when we look on State Road 17, we can accomplish a lot of stuff with water and wastewater, and maybe hooking to the barge port, or maybe not, or maybe hooking to the St. John's Harbor situation, maybe not. But I think those are the conversations we need to have, that we're trying to get ahead of what we see is going to happen in the northern end of our county by default, basically, because of the Outer Beltway and things we're doing to improve it. I do want to say, I think and I know this for a fact, we have sunk a lot of money into the wastewater system in East Palatka, but there's a 4-lane road that was built, and there's development that's happening along that corridor, and we put a fire department out there. So we had some knowledge, and we were encouraged by water management to get those septics off of the river. So I think that's we're invested in it, and I think we need to have a partnership there. On the second bridge in Putnam County, that came to me through years of listening to constituents say, we only got one bridge. And if you remember, if you were old enough to drive, and most of us were at that time, when the bridge did get shut down because of it froze over. And you had to go all the way up to 16 or all the way down to 40 to get back to Putnam County.
That was in 1988.
Yeah, 88 or 89.
89, yeah. 88 or 89.
Yeah, so I think it's time for us to start at least asking the question to DOT, are you looking at a possible second bridge in Putnam County? I'm not going to advocate one way or the other where it should go. There's a lot of different opinions. But I do think that on Friday at 5 o'clock out here, it's difficult to cross that bridge. And if there's an accident, which there has been, we are shut down. And I think it's time to have those talks. And on the ERP software, I think we can take that off the board. We'll have that discussion when you're ready to have it, Madam Chair. There is a solution there that I think is going to be very beneficial to all of us and very affordable. So.
Well, then I think go ahead and have it, because we got to figure out this list.
All right. Well, I'm going to tell you, Pat, take one down and pass it along.
All
okay?
right.
And put one in the record. So if you'll pass that over. Mr. Reynolds and I talked, been talking for months now, and finally came down to the fact of, I asked the question to him, if the governor walked in your office right now and said, I veto that, is it really a priority? Could you not have paid for it? The answer is no, we could have paid for it, and we should pay for it. So if you look at your little sheet there that we've made out, there's an estimate of about $800,000 to $900,000 for startup cost and migration. Currently, Clerk Reynolds has about $300,000 in reserve, and Clerk Reynolds is looking at, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth whenever you want to jump in, he's looking at returning almost $500,000 back to the county of this year's funds. Now, $150,000 of that was budgeted to come back. So that was a budgeted item that we did rely on, but that can be made up. So the clerk would cover this with those two costs alone, takes care of that. If we're at the higher side of 900 and we'd like to reserve the right to come back, if the board wants us to, with a more concrete proposal, then the board might have to put in $100,000 or whatever that cost might be. Then the recurring was also asked for in the appropriation, and I think that's probably where some of this confusion happened. So approximately recurring annual fees, $280,000. Clerk Reynolds will increase his budget to cover that to $100,000 annually. But again, if he's returning that, the efficiency and the real-time data is going to cover some of that. The adjustments that we see is currently we're spending $91,000 plus about $16,000
on the timekeeping, yeah. It
on
just depends
timekeeping. So you'll
if
see
that's gonna be
100.
replaced or not.
You could see some savings there. And if the county wants to add modules to it, to this program, then we could see cost savings or cost increase, and we'll have to look at that. But the initial software, but let me say this, we've got to be very mindful that when Clerk Reynolds does bring back a proposal, that you are committed. It's the chicken and the pig going for breakfast, and we are the pig. We're going to give it life. We're committed to go down that path, and there are going to be costs involved in that. But I do believe that with Clerk Reynolds' money in reserve right now and what he's anticipating giving back to the county from this year's budget, that we can set this up ourselves. So Clerk Reynolds, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you can make a few comments too.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you for bringing this idea forward. I think it's a way that we can move this project forward and take it off of the list to debate over whether we send it to the state or not. I've spoken with a couple of commissioners, a couple of y'all about this, and I feel like, yes, project is important. Yes, we've kicked the can down the road for many years. However, in the grand scheme of things, what is more beneficial for the county to go for a legislative request? And I just feel like I think the county would get more bang for its buck if it was another project going. And Commissioner Harvey and I sat down and we discussed, how much we're going to return this year. And I'm hoping it'll be closer to 600,000. I don't know yet. Fiscal year's not over, and I've got to rerun my numbers. But if we're able to take that and take the reserve that we had set aside for the renovation of the customer service building, which we've been able to do this year with part of the surplus money. So we've been spending out of this year's surplus money before I return it to you. So that was kind of the plan. Looking at a rough quote that we got from Tyler Technologies. It's a well-known ERP company. Many other counties use them. Marion just went to them 4 or 5 years ago. Sheriff's Office is currently transitioning their ERP to Tyler. They gave me a rough quote, and looking at those one-time conversion costs, this was about 1.5 years ago. It was around $725,000. So we're just thinking that that'll be a little bit higher. Like Larry said, this project's always kind of been kind of a cart or the horse kind of thing, because we're going to have to go through procurement, so we don't really know what the cost is going to be. So it's hard to say and get you guys to commit to a cost that you don't really know what it's going to be yet. But we kind of need approval to be able to move forward with procurement so that we can get those costs and know what that's going to be. So I think that's kind of a good summary of where we're at. And I think one way that we can move forward is if the board is amenable to allowing me to take my return money from this fiscal year, once this fiscal year is complete, and allocate it along with the reserve so that we can just go ahead and move the project forward and begin procurement.
So I think in closing, Madam Chair and fellow board members, what's before us today is we could probably remove that off of our wish list for legislative appropriation, do it in-house, but we're going to have to kind of bless the process right now of going out and Clerk Reynolds bringing some hard numbers back to us. But it won't have time before the legislative delegation meeting. So we're pretty much committed today. If we're going to talk about it, do we keep it on our legislative appropriation, or do we take it off and go the route that we're proposing? I say we go the route we're proposing only because, again, as I asked the question, if I was the governor and walked in, could you afford to do this yourself? And unequivocally the answer is yes, we could. And we're going to have to show that. So I think the bigger ask are the better ask, and I think they make sense because we can show the need for that, and the software probably should have been done years ago. So thank you, Madam Chair, and that kind of ends my discussion.
Commissioner Palacio, I know your lights, but that's for general discussion, not particular to this. Okay, Mr. Suggs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great conversation here this morning, and I, as county minister, I fully agree. I think it's time we figure out where we want to go with this. And moving it forward in this manner, I think gets to us much quicker. I think we're in a position of need at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So I applaud Mr. Reynolds for bringing this forward, him and Commissioner Harvey. The only thing I'm going to echo again is we've done this before, and I appreciate Mr. Reynolds' input on this, is to make sure that when we're looking at what these costs are moving forward, that we look at the costs associated with building the system with the modules that Mr. Reynolds' office as the clerk needs, as well as the BOCC side of things as well, because we've got a lot of divisions over here that we're gonna need to be able to make sure the modules work. So with that said, you know, however we want to move this forward, I'd suggest that we have some type of committee or something put together to sit down and look at this, make sure the modules work for all, and then bring back a true cost.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Julianne, as far as the budget's concerned, were we relying on this money to come back from Clerk Reynolds for this fiscal year? Do we going to have to cover that for something else?
We do not currently have an excess return from the clerk budgeted.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Palacio, you're recognized.
My question, I heard you say reserves from years past and possible projected in this year. Will there be any reoccurring costs to the county year after year, and what would that number approximately be?
Those, again, were rough numbers based on what Tyler Technologies gave me for their modules. And again, it really goes with which modules you're going to pick, you know, because their quote can vary. Each module, depending on what type of module it is, could be an extra $20,000 or $30,000 a year. Utility billing, for example, that wasn't in the quote, but I know that that's something that the county has been looking at for years now, is improving, you know, those sort of softwares. So we would just have to look at all of those individual costs specifically like that. But the quote that we got, as best as I could compare, trying to get apples to apples, it was about 280,000 versus the 91 that we're paying now. So it would be a net increase of almost 200,000. But again, it's all speculative until you get real proposals via RFP process or whatever type of procurement process we're going to do. So
When you talk about modules, for those of us that are very technically challenged, are we talking about levels of technology and how deep or how what this machine will do, or this computer system will do?
So the way it works is, it's called an ERP, which is I've always thought it's a strange name for it, but it's basically your general ledger. So if you think about it, it keeps track of all of the finances of the county. And then there are other modules that you add to it, such as accounts payable. That's how we pay invoices of the county. Cuts checks. Purchase orders is another module. HR, timekeeping, utility billing, planning and zoning, fixed assets. Go down the list. Just about all of these different types of various softwares that you might buy from an individual software company and then have to try to find a way to link them together. These bigger companies will typically go out and buy these smaller companies, and they'll find a way to integrate that software in so that it's more of a whole ecosystem, a whole platform.
So the more components of this you put together, the price goes up.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I would echo Mr. Suggs' conversation, if we move forward with this, is that you keep the Board of County Commissioner engaged with Ms. Julianne. I know you would do that, but I just want to say it, and that because she's going to have particular needs on her end, which I know you used to be in that seat, so you understand how that goes, but at the same time, I just would like for you to commit that you would do that.
Well, like Mr. Suggs said, and I would like to clarify, I agree. I think that there should be a committee on this, that this software, I'm the one constitutional officer where this software is really going to integrate the most with the Board of County Commissioners. The other constitutionals get to operate their office kind of independently, but since I have to administer finances for the board, I don't want to have two separate softwares, so it behooves me to work very closely with county administration to make sure that we're all on the same software. My staff only has to know one system, how to work it, and we're not procurement experts either. So,
Right.
I mean, even if we were to lead procurement on it, I would request Mrs. Young's assistance from the very beginning to go through that whole process.
Well, this goes back to my comment earlier. I feel like this is a need versus a want, and so I support this. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I've said before, I'm in total support of getting you the tools you need and our
Thank
staff
you for
the
that.
tools they need. My question, just wondering, so we already have Tyler Technologies in place with the Sheriff's Office, and they're migrating their data there now?
What I had heard from our representative at Tyler is that the Sheriff's Office has signed an agreement. I have not spoken with the sheriff or any staff. I'm not sure where in the process they are. I'm just was told by our Tyler rep that they had signed an agreement.
Okay. Yeah, no, well, I see the one-time cost on there of $800,000 to $900,000. So are we adding on to their system, or are we creating a separate system? Are we a module of their system? Since we have the foundation in place with the Sheriff's Office, are we capable of building off of that to save some of the initial setup cost?
It would be a separate database. And dealing with these ERP companies, we went through this at the city of Palatka when we went out and got quotes. The Palatka Gas Authority was also looking for an ERP system, and the Gas Authority is kind of almost like a constitutional office. The Gas Authority always handled their own finances, their own payroll, HR, everything. When we were going out getting proposals from companies, these companies did not want us to be combined. Refused to bid it that way because they considered them, quote, separate entities. And from what I have seen, Tyler would view constitutional offices the same way. So the board would be separate from the constitutional office. So that's because of how they price things. So say, for example, the price for the sheriff's office would be much less than the price would for the county because we have a lot more transactions, a lot more assets that flow through the system, things like that. So I inquired about that, and they said that they would still consider it separate entities. The one thing that they did say is that there are other competitive bid cooperatives, I believe they call them, and I think we've used them here at the county before, that Tyler's software, we could basically go straight through that, and if we wanted to bypass procurement, which I know is something we try to avoid as much as we can, but that was the one thing that they said is you can just go through the cooperative and use the prices that are already done through that. You know, each entity could go and get their own pricing.
So the BOCC is looked at as one entity, and the clerk of courts is one entity, and the sheriff's office is one entity.
Mm-hmm.
So the 800 and 900 factors in us as two separate entities?
Yeah, looking, well, at the quote that we looked at, if you dig further into it, Larry, it was technically for both entities the way that Tyler did it for that one, but they still considered us separate, but they gave me one number.
Okay, that was my question. I didn't know if we were
Right.
going to have an additional cost as us as a separate entity,
No.
separate from the constitutionals.
Yeah, that was the all-in, that. And again, it's been 18 months since they gave me that number. We all know what inflation has done over 18 months. I fully expect those figures to be higher. I don't know how much higher, but higher.
And obviously that process, that RFQ, or is it RFQ, RFP? I don't know the difference.
I believe it'd be an RFP.
It has to come back in front of the board.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think as we look at this, I think back on my first accounting software program, old DOS-based program. Took 45 minutes for it to do a trial balance when it was working well. Went to QuickBooks, and I should have probably said that word right off the bat, but went there, and it took less than 10 seconds to make that work. I think the efficiencies that we're going to see in the product that the clerk has shown me are going to be tremendously good.
Mm-hmm.
Real-time data that we're going to be able to see effectively. And then if we save money on this module or spend more on that module to make us, what does that really make us look like? One thing with this DOGE thing that's going on, we need to be more efficient. We need to be more transparent. And I believe that system is going to help us, whatever that system is. And Madam Chair, as you talked about this morning, a committee, yes, set up by the county for the county's needs and set up by the clerk for their needs. Mm-hmm. And they get together and bring us a product that looks like something we can possibly use. But is it a legislative priority to me? No, it's not. And I think that's where it's already been vetoed. We got the same governor in place this coming session. Let's ask for something that we really, really need. Thank you.
All right, do you have a motion for the ERP system? I know it sounds like that you were wanting to take it off of our legislative priority, but do you have a motion as to how you wanted to move it forward?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we form a committee with the clerk's office and our county staff to come up with a ERP system, bring back a system that would work, bring back prices that would work, and we'll have a discussion in the future at a future board meeting.
All right, we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
And there's a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, motion carries. So back to our list, if we take off number 7 and we replace it with Dunn's Creek State Park, it looks like we're going to have some financial requests, which would all tie to water and wastewater systems. And then the things talking about study to support Second Bridge in Palatka, Putnam area widening of State Road 100, and what was the other one? Dunn's Creek State Park support. Those are all things that would not be legislative ask as far as an appropriation request, but that we would be asking those departments in Tallahassee to support those. So that leaves the first 3 items with the inclusion of the water and wastewater North State Road 17. So our top 4 priorities would be 1, 2, 3 on this paper, and number 6. And then the other items 4, 5, and 7 is replaced with Dunn's Creek State Park support. Is that what I'm hearing from the board?
That's what I'm hearing.
That's what I'm hearing. Are there any other comments from commissioners?
Yes, I have one.
Go ahead.
You're not going to hear me quit beating on my drum of Fort Gates Ferry, because I still want to see something done down there. A board prior to all of us had that funding and sent it back to Tallahassee. So it's there. I think we need to ask for it again and again and again and again and say, look, we've got a board in place that wants to finish this job and make something happen. I just don't understand yet to this day why the previous board sent that money, returned that money back to the state. I've always been told when I was raised, you don't give horse in the mouth, and that was certainly one that we, for whatever reason, refused. So I won't get off that, but the rest of everything you're talking about there, I can support wholeheartedly.
All right, so that would be a funding request. So we would have items 1 through 3 would remain the same. Water and wastewater north 17 would be number 4. Fort Gates Ferry refurbished would be 5. Those would be 5 financial legislative appropriations requests. And then we would have, for support, we would ask for second bridge study, widening of State Road 100, and Dunn's Creek State Park completed. Any other comments? Are we there?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Alexander, you're good?
No, I want to talk a little bit more about the ERP program.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Yeah, I love the work that Commissioner Harvey and Clerk Fort Reynolds have put into this and finding a solution as quickly as we can. But I also don't want to discount the fact that our Senator and our House of Representatives, Judson Sapp and Tom Leake, fought very hard to get this approved on both sides last year, and it was on there and got vetoed by the governor. We have the support in Tallahassee, and if we have a path forward that we can get the funding from Tallahassee, I would rather see them pay for it than us, to be the short of it. You guys have been involved in this a lot longer than I have. I place a lot of value on your experience. But to echo Mr. Harvey's comment earlier regarding the Dunn's Creek Bridge, you asked for it enough times, eventually you may get a yes. And we had 2 yeses and it was approved to go. And the governor was looking for easy dollars to cut, and he cut us. Our 76,000 voices weren't as loud as the multi-million voices that are in Duval County or other counties. But if he sees it on there again, maybe he'll recognize the importance of it. You know, we had the support from the House and the Senate to get this done, and they fought very hard. I don't know that we shouldn't give them the opportunity to present that again before we spend our constituents' money if we have the support in Tallahassee. So I would ask that we go after it one more time, because the money's still going to be there. We can still spend that money, correct, if we don't get the appropriation. So I say we ask for it one more time. If we don't get it, you know, we've got the money to do it ourselves. I mean, and, you know, the statement was made, well, do you have the money to fund it yourself? We have the money to fund the $2 million upgrade to the St. Johns Harbor water system. We're asking for money. We have other stuff. We have the money to fund it, but partly that's the state's responsibility, and we have the support. So we need to give them the opportunity to pay for it if they choose to, and if not, we'll pay for it ourselves. But it is a need, I agree. But I'd like to see if our legislators can work for us to get it pushed through so that we can use our tax dollars somewhere else here, because we know we have the support there.
So I'll make a couple comments, and then Commissioner Harvey, you're up. Usually when the governor vetoes it one year, he'll veto it another year. That's been my experience. But you never know until you ask. I can't disagree with that statement. I would say that these other priorities that we have talked about regarding water and wastewater and are things that the state is pushing for. They don't really care whether we have an ERP system that's good or not. They don't. They just want us in compliance, and if they're going to say it's our problem. That's what I feel. I feel they're going to say you should have already taken care of it, and the fact that you didn't isn't on the state to fix. I understand that we had 2 legislatures, and I'm very thankful for them and glad that they pushed it through. But when it comes in front of the governor's desk, their staff member is going to say, Mr. Governor, here's the same thing you vetoed last year. What do you want to do this year? And this is going to be a very, very tight year in Tallahassee. It was the craziest year on record last year, and it's going to be even crazier this year because of the everybody wanting to run for governor, and it's going to be a lot of it's going to be a lot up in Tallahassee. It really is. And so I don't know that we would, I hate that we would push the ERP system further down the road, waiting on the state to make a decision, and us have to pick it. It puts us 6 more months behind. I'll do whatever the board wants to do. We already did take a vote on this. However, you certainly have opportunity to make comments. Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Alexander, I appreciate your concern about that. But I can tell you that the state legislators are they're gonna beat on whatever drum we ask them to beat on. And I have to agree with Commissioner Wilkinson that the governor has already vetoed it once. You can afford to do it. They'll watch the tape. We've already let the horse out of the bag, out of the barn, basically. So we can afford to do this. And I think it's the right thing for us to do. But if we continue to wait and wait and wait, we're working with an antiquated system that is just not practical. And I really kind of wish in my heart of hearts, and I know this is not going to be good for everybody, but you know, it'd be nice for the state to say, hey, under Doge, we'd like for you to use these vendors and we can look at your finances in real time. Maybe that's not the answer, but truly we have nothing to hide. We have nothing to hide. Our books are wide open for anybody to look at. And I do believe that it's time for us to do this. I think the other asks are things that are very vital to Putnam County. They're bigger asks. And I think we can say we've invested here. We've invested there. We got this by default because of Florida statute. Y'all need to clean that up. But you did this to us. I think those are stories we can tell. Hard to tell about the ERP. So I just think that we took the vote, we move on, and let the staff come back. And hey, if that's out of reach at that point, then maybe we need to punt and go back and say, hey, session doesn't start till like January. So we're, you know, even though we can't stand up here next week and do it, or 2 weeks, we can sure come back to that and fight for it.
Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
And perhaps I should have said something earlier, but we've been waiting on this for 10 years. 6 months is not going to make a difference. And I don't want for our legislators to see that something they fought so passionately for and pushed through and were very excited about once it got confirmed, just to be cast aside as it wasn't even important enough to throw back on there this year. And I think that we owe it to, you know, at the end of the day, DeSantis is gone in November. Tom Leak and Judson Sapp are going to be there for a few more years.
Are you done with your comments?
I'm done.
Commissioner Pelletier, you're recognized.
I agree with Commissioner Alexander. 6 more months is not going to make that big a difference. We've asked for it before. We did get through the Senate and the House, and you know, we could be that squeaky wheel that gets the grease. I don't think 6 months is going to set us that far behind the 8 ball. If it doesn't happen, then we venture out and do that on our own.
Clerk Reynolds, you're recognized.
Just real quick, not trying to sidetrack conversation or anything, but the process that we're going to go through of forming a committee and looking into this and getting procurement going, it's going to be an extended process. I thought that as well, that what's the harm in asking the state for it again this year? We're still going to be going through the same process, whether you guys took the vote you did a minute ago or not. We still have to go through that same process, so we could do that while we're also asking for the legislative appropriation. I just tried to step back and look at it as a citizen or as a taxpayer and what would benefit the county the most. You guys get limited asks, and I just didn't want to burn one that I agree wholeheartedly, Commissioner Alexander. I know how hard our senator and representative fought for us, and I'm so appreciative of them for doing that, but also agree with the other comments that are made about typically how appropriations are vetoed. So I don't know if the board would want to ask that of our legislative delegation when you go in front of them, if they explore the avenue, if they think that it would be, I've heard them make the comments where they feel like they could get it done this year. But again, it's all up to one person that I don't think they have control over, so.
Well, I never would
Thank
have
you.
thought this would have been such a long debate. Ms. Young, you're recognized.
Just a little bit of conversation related to process. We absolutely could form a committee that could determine our needs on both the clerk and the county side as far as modules and what it would take to truly run efficiently. However, if we are seeking the legislative appropriation, I would caution us against issuing the procurement document, because traditionally, in order to qualify for reimbursement of a legislative appropriation, the grant documents, legislative appropriation funding documents need to be executed prior to a procurement cycle being started as of the state procurement laws.
All right, Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
So, Matt, what you are proposing is, if we do go down that path, to concurrently have the commission developed to establish what the needs are. So either way, we have to do that, whether we receive the appropriation or whether we fund that.
That's correct, yeah. And that's what I was referring to, is that process is probably, I mean, I would assume that's gonna take several months to form that committee, have my staff go through, county staff go through and look at, you know, their individual needs. That's gonna be a little bit of a process, I think, before we're even ready to put out a procurement document, correct, Julianne? Yeah.
So we're gonna have that time invested anyhow, so we're actually shortening the 6 months that we may have lost out on, because we still have to do that either path we go on.
Correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Harvey, you're recognized.
I'm going to try to bring this in for a landing,
Please.
Madam Chair. You know, we can add, there's no doubt we can add to our list. But at the end of the day, our lobbyists, our people in Tallahassee, they're the ones that say these are the things that the legislators are high on this year. I do think it's going to be another year of infighting. I hate to say that. I think it's going to be another indecisive year, but our lobbyists will tell us what they can possibly give out. So if you want to put this down as another priority, then put it down as another priority. But I do think we need to start continuing currently going down the path of forming the committee and knowing what we don't know right now, because a lot of these asks we don't know, but as we get closer and closer, we do have stories to tell. But on this one, I do feel like we can do it in-house. But if the board chooses to go a different route, then add it to your funding. But keep in mind, our professionals tell us these are the things we think we can push through. And these are the things that we can get across the finish line.
Commissioner Alexander.
I appreciate that. And, you know, we've all had different conversations. And we all saw the results last year. We didn't think this was going to stand a chance. And our legislators fought very diligently to get it pushed through. So, again, I think that we are doing a disservice to our citizens if we know there is the potential for funding a multi-billion-dollar project out of Tallahassee instead of our own coffers. And if we don't ask the question, we don't know, because the potential exists. And, you know, we can always fund it 6 months from now. We can make a motion, say, yeah, spend the money, here we go. But we get to ask once a year.
You good? Mr. Suggs, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. In looking at the list of priorities, one thing is not on there, and I want to take full responsibility for not communicating with the board to continue going down this path. But as you know, we just put in an appropriation request for $10 million for the barge port, as you heard this morning. So one thing I'd like to see us do is continue looking at getting funding to offset our additional costs on that as well. We've been very successful the last 2 years, so if it would be the will of the board, I'd like to whether replace one of these or not, whether it be the water at the port, but at least another infrastructure grant for the port to help us offset those costs if at all possible.
So what would that infrastructure be? You're saying that we don't have enough funding for what our needs are out there already? Or are you talking about phase 2, 3, 4? What are we
Yes,
talking about?
ma'am. As you know, we're, the grant that we put in for was 10 million on almost a $16 million project. Last board meeting, you folks approved utilizing those dollars that came from FDOT as well as FSTED, and a $2 million line from the county to help offset those costs. I think it would behoove us if we could to continue going back through FSTED and the state if we could for some additional funding, because we've been very successful on that at this point, but it will certainly be the board's directive to do so. But I think we've been successful and would like for us to continue going down that path.
All right. So that makes us have 10 items on this list. What's the board's pleasure?
Madam Chair, may I? Are we looking now at adding number 8 would be the additional ask for Port Authority funding? Is that what we're talking about?
Large port infrastructure, is that what you're calling
Port infrastructure, yes, sir.
As a match to
We'll just go through as and we'll word it the way that we have the last 2 years and see if we can continue to be successful.
So if we add the port as number 8, then our priorities would be 1, 2, 3, 6, and 8, with supporting 4, 5, and 7. And if we picked up the ERP again, then we would add another one of number 9. I mean, we can ask for as
Did
many.
you add, and don't forget Fort Gates Ferry.
Well, I was going to get to that. I was going to say number 10, but
And Dunn's Creek State Parks, yeah, so.
Dunn's Creek is number 7 now at that point. So we added ERP back in at number 9, and number 10 would be Fort Gates Ferry. So as I see it, 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, and 10, and then those are our ask, and then 4, 5, and 7. But when we do the ask for the ERP, let's make sure now we're not asking for reoccurring dollars, because that's not going to happen. So I think that's mindful to do that.
I don't know that anything on here is reoccurring dollars. I think.
Well, the first ask on the ERP was the $2 million had
I see what you're
reoccurring
saying.
in it.
Okay.
So am I right there? So we can clean this up?
We definitely have to clean it up.
Okay, so why don't I go through and try to do that? Item 1 would be, the ask would be the upgrades to St. John's Harbor water system. Number 2, the expansion of the wastewater system in East Palatka. Number 3, the expansion of water and wastewater at Bargeport. Number 6 would be, whoops, and my screen just went. Number 6 would be water and wastewater North State Road 17.
Which moves to our number 4. Is that what you're saying?
Number 4 would be.
The first 3 are the same.
The first 3 are the same.
Right.
Number 4 would be a supporting role that we would ask for a study. That would be something they would do. Number 5, widening of State Road 100, another study. And number 7 would be Dunn's Creek. Then we come back and we add number 8 would be expansion or match for a $10 million, not 10 million, but match for the Bargeport. Number 9 would be ERP, upfront cost, not reoccurring. And number 10 would be, now that, number 10, I don't know if that needs to be a ask or just look at, is there any money available for Fort Gates? That really, and maybe that comes out of a system, maybe that comes out of a DOT fund that they already currently have. And the reason why we gave that money back was we were convinced by a board member that they could do it a whole lot cheaper than what the grant was. And I think the match was even more than what, JR, am I saying that right? The match was even more than, you don't remember? That's okay. But it was, they were taking upon themselves. So we did that. So I hope I cleaned that up. So.
You know what? I'm done with it, to be honest.
Okay.
So we got, that's the motion. Is there a second? All right, so we're not approving our legislative priorities?
Oh, hold on, I think we got everything covered. I'm just trying to process everything. So I think we covered everything.
We
We just
covered
added to
everything.
this list. We didn't remove anything.
We didn't remove anything.
good.
That's what you're saying.
Okay, good. I will second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of saying aye?
Aye.
I'm sorry, y'all wear me out. That was, I had enough of that, I'm sorry. Let's move on to planning and zoning. We have a resolution designating administrative plat approval. If you look at page 450, this was brought on by the inception of Senate Bill 784, which is adopted in this last legislative session. And I know, I believe Mr. Commando is going to go over it. It has some serious implications for the county. So, Mr. Commando?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the legislation that is passed, let's start with the 784, is looking for a way to streamline the plat approval process for applicants. It requires the county to designate an administrative authority that can handle plats. Now, by way of background, as my other clients are looking at these types of issues, even though there's a person that is designated to approve and review plats based on the criteria that's set in your land development code, there's still some feedback that comes from the commission. The example that comes to my mind is, in one of my counties, the commission has said, we don't want to accept any new roads as part of the platting process. So the person who's directed to approve those plats, if there's something where there's a dedication of roads for the public and it's not something that the direction's been given to approve, then that would be denied. And then that would be appealed, so then that type of the process still comes back before the commission. Just think about those types of direction that you would want to give to the person who's designated to approve that process. As it relates to Senate Bill 180, so this one's a much bigger problem. Maybe not particularly for us, I just think around the state. There is some discussion, actually I was just reading from a law firm that is looking to put together a class action lawsuit and sue the legislature and I think the governor's office, which I do not recommend.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
But they're looking to sue based on the concept of an infringement on home rule authority. So what the bill started out as was an emergency management type process, and there's a lot of emergency management requirements contained within that bill. So I think we all saw when, and I apologize, I forgot the name of the storm that came through Fort Myers and took out a bridge, and there was discussion that it would take 3 years to rebuild, and then the governor's office got involved, and that bridge was restored within 3 weeks. And I think that kind of concept is what was being pushed through with Senate Bill 180. So the concept was that we want to take away any of the red tape for residents and businesses that want to rebuild their properties if they're destroyed through a natural disaster. And even though that was the intent and some of that is still contained within the legislation that was approved, it kind of went a little further. So it went a little further to say that municipalities and counties are not allowed to pass a land development code or land development regulation which is more restrictive than it was before. And not just can we not do this prospectively, and it has a sunset of, I believe, October of 2027. It actually says that anything we've passed in the past 2 years is also subject to be what's called void ab initio, meaning that it just doesn't exist and we can't enforce it. So any type of amendments that are going up to Florida Commerce for consideration, there are a number of counties that are receiving letters from Florida Commerce saying your code amendment or your comp plan amendment that has been passed is void and you're not allowed to enforce it. So that's kind of the big one. In addition to some of the other emergency management, we are required to put a frequently asked questions checklist up on our website. We are also required to include satellite locations for permit approval process following a natural disaster, and we're required to create an expedited permitting process. So if you have any other specific ones, I'll do my best to answer them.
Well, I have lots of questions. So Senate Bill 784, does this remove the authority from the Board of County Commissioners when someone comes in? If someone comes in with a subdivision, it's a plat, obviously, then it no longer comes in front of this commission?
So subdivision requirements are different than the platting process. So the platting process is what is designated to administrative individual.
So you're saying, well, okay, we'll just use D.R. Horton since they've already been through this process. If this were in place when D.R. Horton came in, would they still come in from the county commission?
For the subdivision requirement, yeah, they would.
Okay,
And then once the subdivision is approved, then they confirm that through a plat, then the platting process would have an administrative approval.
go ahead.
Are you looking for an example?
Yeah,
It would be something like the Davis Lake, it would be something like the Davis Lake,
plat.
that came through a year or so ago in the density levels, but because the plat was already on record, those things would have to be administrative and would not come to the board.
Okay, so that, I asked that question whenever Davis Lake came up, because it was not something that I particularly enjoyed as a newer commissioner at the time. We didn't really have a whole lot of say-so in it back then, but we did try to set some setbacks and we set some requirements. And I think I found out from Zach later that because it was already a platted subdivision, they came in and just individually applied. Is that what you had told me? And so some of the setbacks we put in place, you're welcome to come up. Some of the setbacks we had put in place didn't really matter anyway. Is that what happened in that area? I mean, we had constituents yelling in the audience at us about that plat, and we didn't have much to, we couldn't do much because it was already a platted subdivision.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's correct. Davis Lake was an existing antiquated subdivision that was never built out. What we had was some developers that wanted to develop several lots that did not adhere to the zoning district. Of course, none of the infrastructure was there to support such subdivision. So that's why we kind of went through the board process to allow for vested rights in that subdivision. And with that, through the resolution, we were able to apply some more strict development requirements for that development.
So in this new process, thank you, Julianne, for that example and reminding me of that. In this new process, if there's an existing plat on the books, they go straight to whoever our designee is and not the Board of County Commissioners.
That's correct.
You guys realize how many of those we have in this county? Lots of them, lots of them, lots of them. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. I guess it's a state mandate, but it's very disheartening that we take away our home rule. And Commissioner Harvey talks about this on a regular basis, as especially coming in as an incoming president of the Florida Association of Counties, because in a community like ours, most people build on 1 acre lots, 5 acre lots, 10 acre lots. In the city, in the municipalities, it is different. But out in Davis Lake area, those homes were, was it like 10 per acre or something that was allowed in that plat? I mean, those things are little bitty things.
Postage stamps.
Yeah, little postage stamps.
So if memory serves correct, it was 56 lots on 10.5 acres, so right around five per acre.
Yeah. So I do like the fact that you brought up, Mr. Commando, about not accepting new roads. I do think that's very important because as we've seen in the past, as these plats have come in, the roads are already there. We don't accept them. However, by deed, they're given to us, but we use the argument in Public Works and at the county, we never accepted them. And we all know that for a legal transaction to occur in real estate, it also has to be given and accepted. But the only argument we have is we didn't accept them. We don't have any paperwork showing we didn't accept them, right?
That's correct.
That's the way it works. Okay, just making sure I understood. So I do think maybe we should have that discussion about not accepting roads, no new roads in these, how would that change? So there's a plat that's already there. It comes in front of Mr. Suggs or whoever, and it meets all the boxes. It checks all the boxes. He has to return it within 7 days and say it met checked all the boxes.
So it doesn't change anything for the plats that are already recorded. I mean, every piece of property here is platted on some level.
Valid.
So it only applies to anything that would come forward to plat a large parcel of land or a replat, where that would be considered. So like I said, that's where the direction of the commission is kind of important to whoever's going to be designated. The concept is that the plat approval really is supposed to be more of a ministerial checking off the boxes of things that should be included on the plat.
Well, those citizens that were here for Davis Lake Shore sure didn't feel that way. Commissioner Harvey, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Commando, let me ask you this. So, gentleman has 100 acres of property or whatever that case may be, and they want to replat it. That's when it doesn't come to us at that point, right? It goes straight to administration.
I think it depends on what they want to replat it as, and Zach, I may need you to jump in on this. I mean, if there's subdivision requirements that are contained within our code, then I think that consideration really needs to happen first before the final plat's approved.
Yeah, so the way that I have read and interpreted this legislation is that if we have an application for a new plat or a replat of an existing subdivision, if that proposal adheres to zoning and density requirements throughout the comprehensive plan, as I've read it, and there's no roads or any sort of dedications to the county, if it's all going to be privately maintained, then I read it as we basically have to just make sure that the lots are right size and the roads are the right width and send it through.
And that's, if I can follow up to what Zach said, that's kind of a good example. So there are a number of plats that I've come across where the lots are so small, they're not buildable by today's standards. And they were platted, but nothing, I mean, honestly, it's just a tree farm. Nothing was ever actually done. And then the current property owner actually does want to build some homes or something on that property. But if they went to go pull a building permit today, they'd be denied because it's a non-conforming use. So to go through the process where maybe instead of having two lots, each two lots becomes one lot to make it the minimum requirements of our land development code, that's kind of what this process is looking at, kind of alleviating from having to come before the commission.
So what you're saying is they're still going to have to conform to our building and zoning codes.
Absolutely.
It doesn't supersede that, so when they do replat something, it should conform if they want it to be a usable piece of property.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
So sometimes what I've noticed in my career is the legislators fish with a cast net. And, you know, they go out there and they throw the net. And the unintended consequences that follow, they don't really know that until it comes down to our level. So I think the story we tell, especially next week at FAC policy conference, is how this is going to hurt rural counties in Florida. So if I hear a replat, so what I'm hearing basically is you got a non-conforming platted subdivision, now we can replat it, and it's going to bypass the Board of County Commissioners, even though we didn't intend for that. That antiquated plat was so long ago, it's not working. So they could replat it, come back before administration, and it never comes to us.
In theory, yes, sir, but the critical component here is in order for it to be administratively approved, it has to adhere to our regulations. So those lots that were platted in the 1900s that are 25 foot wide, they wouldn't be able to replat that in the same dimension. It would have to adhere to that zoning district and the density. So in many cases, I don't think the replat should be the concern. I think it should be those new plats. Because that's where, as an example, the property we discussed earlier on George's Lake has a density potential of 1 unit per acre. So that 150, 200 acres could become 150 or 200 unit subdivision. And as long as it checked all the balances for our LDRs, that would have to go through. It wouldn't get to come to the commission. Fortunately, what I've seen is the majority of your new subdivisions, it's cost prohibitive for developers to do 1 acre lots or half acre lots. They want those 5,000 square foot lots. Well, the smallest area for our residential zoning districts is 7,500 square feet. So in order to get the 5,000, they would have to go through the PUD, and that of course does still come through the commission. So there would be some checks and balances in terms of, you know, the lot size and the density and things of that nature. But if in the event that we get one that adheres to density and adheres to the zoning district, and the roads and infrastructure are privately maintained, then that's where we're gonna be faced with a challenge.
And I'm hearing you, but most of the time what we see is that they're agricultural land or something like that, and they have to come for a rezone anyway. Even though they were platted, they're still right now ag land, so that wouldn't fit. So if they were ag land now and they're platted subdivisions way back in wherever, okay, they would still have to come to go through the proper process of being rezoned at that point, which would change the whole landscape.
For a plat.
Yeah,
That's,
right? Yeah, okay.
I think what bothers me most is the fact that they've taken away the right for citizens to speak. That's what really bothers me. I mean, it is, I don't care what party you are, it is your God-given right to be able to get up and speak publicly about for or against it. And we've all sat up here and we've caught grief sometimes, and sometimes we've shook hands at the end of the day, but it's your right as an individual, and the fact that the Florida legislature wants to take that away, I'm struggling. That's my comments. I'm just going to be quiet because I can't do anything about it. So the resolution that's in front of us for Senate Bill 784, we pretty much have to adopt this.
I'm sorry, yes, it was mandated actually to take effect July 1st. It was mandated
effective.
to take effect July 1st, so we're actually a little behind.
Do we have any situations currently that this affects? Any plats that have come in that this would affect?
so the D.R. Horton project, the platting still has not been complete. They're still going through the DRC process to meet all the checks and balances. That's the only subdivision right now that we have, but we have had, my department has had some meetings, pre-application for other residential developments throughout the county. So more are certain to come.
So some of those will not be coming in front of this commission.
They will, in the sense that they're going to go through a planned unit development, but the subdivision itself will not. The plat, the instrument that creates the subdivision will not.
All right. And then in reference to Senate Bill 180, so this board had talked about having a joint meeting with the planning department, not with the planning department, with the planning board regarding RVs. We talked about that. So with this new Senate bill, we really can't have that discussion, can we? Because it's saying that we cannot make things stricter than what they are currently, or what they were 2 years ago.
That's correct. Understand that there is some discussion that even the Senate sponsor of the bill did not realize the unintended consequences. They are expecting some amendments to that SB 180 this coming session.
Yeah, I think if when we're in Tallahassee, these are the real things that affect us. The monetary things, yes, but these policy changes when they're affecting our local government and our abilities. I mean, so that's off the table. To have when we can't meet with them, we can meet with them, but what would it do with the planning commission to talk about how we were going to handle the RVs and the future camping and that kind of thing? We pretty much have to keep it the same or make it less restrictive.
That is my current understanding, yes, ma'am. I think we could still have the discussion. From what I've gathered in adjoining communities, they have the discussions, they prepare the legislation, and then they wait until this October 2027 sunset. That's kind of
October
a wild,
2027.
I believe that's the year.
All right. Any further discussion from the board? Okay. Everybody understands the implications of these two Senate bills. If not, please read up about them, and we still have plenty of opportunities to ask questions. Again, I'm bothered by citizens not having the ability to speak about certain things. I'm sure they can still come speak, but then we don't have any power to change anything on these particular plats. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, so Zach, on these, it's an administrative role, but that administrator is basically going through and he's going down the list. It meets this, it meets that, it meets that, it meets this. But we create that list, correct? So it conforms to our land development code and our land LDR, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, just to be clear, 180 prevents us from making anything more strict, and then 784 requires an administrative review of the plat, the mechanism that records the subdivision.
And
Okay,
there's certain requirements that are in statute as far as what platting requirements are.
Okay, so we can't change anything currently, but it has to adhere to what's in place now.
That's correct.
All right, Commissioner Harvey, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, as the commissioner, we can't ask staff on our own to do something without the board's approval.
True.
So my question is, Mr. Suggs, could you, if we asked you as a board to get a one-pager together that I could present next week at the Florida Association of Counties, would that be something that maybe Mr. Baker and Mr. Commando could work on and come up with, this is how this is affecting Putnam County, rural Florida? I mean, we got to tell our story somehow. We got to tell it with some passion. So, and I don't know how to even tell that story right now, but I think we need to deal with what we deal with right now, not hoping that the legislation changes in the future.
I agree with that.
We can absolutely put a one-pager together. I know you're going to be presenting next week, so I'll get with Mr. Baker and Mr. Commando today, and we'll start working on that for you
Well, if it's
immediately.
the board's pleasure, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that we have to definitely, just a wave of support. We're good with that.
I
Wave
think
of
you have
support.
consensus, but Commissioner Harvey, I would stick with the theme that our chair discussed. It's limiting the public's ability to come speak either in favor or against one of these issues.
Well, I think that's what we need to tell.
Absolutely, absolutely, because we're losing just incrementally, gradually, more and more of our home rule. And, you know, if they're making all the decisions in Tallahassee, what do they need us for, you know? They don't have the pulse of the people. We do. We're here.
And I have to say, I mean, I've been in Tallahassee, and a lot of times when things were getting done, I was on the other side of the table, right? And so I understood some things. But now that I'm on this side of the table, you know, and I see the limitations it's putting, what happens in Tallahassee is they look at the majority. They look at the big cities, and rural Florida gets left out. And we've all talked about that. And what works in Miami-Dade, what works in Hillsborough County does not work in Putnam County, Florida. And so we have to be able to share that. We're a rural county. We have a lot of different challenges. We can't just by tomorrow start taking septics out of our system, but yet they pass bills that says get rid of all the septic systems. Well, that'd be great, but we can't do it.
Well, they need to provide us with an instruction manual. If you're going to give us marching orders, tell us how to do it and pay for it.
Exactly. So anyway, I do see I understand where the legislature's coming from, but they tend to box us in with my point is they just box us in with these bigger counties, and we're just different. We just truly are different, and I think that they need to consider that when they're making these rules. Nobody knows our county better than we in our constituents. So with that, though, there is a recommendation here to authorize the chair to sign the associated resolution dedicating the county administrator as the land development regulations administrator for Putnam County, with authority to review and administer a determination on plat and replat applications within the unincorporated Putnam County. Now, I do question, municipalities will have to do this as well, if they haven't already?
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have one question.
Yes.
Is it the county administrator or his designee or whatever? And that,
It's a board's pleasure. I'm fine with county administrator, but if we want to make it or designee, Mr. Suggs, do you have a preference or comment?
Well, let me just add, so the statute actually reads it's the county administrator, or it actually has a list of people like deputy county administrator or department heads.
Okay.
So it can't just be anyone, it's got to be at a department head level or greater.
You know, another problem I have with this is there's so many things that are going on in our county right now that I'm often out in the public and somebody says, hey, I heard that this subdivision was coming, or I heard this Publix was coming to East Palatka, or I heard this. And then I'm sitting there at the county as a county commissioner going, ma'am, I don't know what you're talking about. That's not come in front of the county commission. I've never seen it. And so we already have that challenge, is sometimes things are happening and we don't know about it. Do I expect Zach to walk in my office and tell me everything that crosses his desk? No, that's not efficiency.
Yes.
That's not efficiency at all. But at the end of the day, there's a lot that already happens that we as county commissioners don't get to know about it, because quite frankly, it's not coming in front of the county commission for us to vote on. And sometimes I do walk down the hall and say, hey, are we getting a Publix in East Palatka? And Zach will say, we've not received an application yet. So that happens. And so that's always a challenge that we have. Yeah. Anyway, I'm really on my box today. Go ahead. Somebody go ahead with the motion, please.
Who wants to make this?
Nobody wants to make this motion. We don't want to vote on this, Commando.
Well, it's your arms twisted behind your back.
By operational law, you have to.
I have to?
Do we have to vote for it?
Yeah, apparently we do.
All right, let's put our big boy pants on. Okay. Madam Chair, I move that, guys, as bad as I hate to do this, recommended action of staff recommends the Board of County Commission authorize the chair to sign the associated resolution dedicating the county administrator or the list of people listed in statute as the land development regulations administrator for Putnam County, with authority to review and administer a determination on plat and replat applications with unincorporated within unincorporated Putnam County at the arm twisting of the legislator. Sorry, Commando, but I don't. Yeah, we ask every year.
That's always our crutch, right? All right, we have a motion on the floor.
I'll jump in there with you.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All right, motion carries.
You want to do roll?
No, do we? Yeah, what God knows. I didn't help. I got us stirred up, so it's on me. Public comment on miscellaneous items. Is there anybody here who wishes to speak on miscellaneous items before I read all this? Anybody who wants to speak? All right, this has been a great board meeting so far. I'm going into appointments, starting with Commissioner Newbold.
I do have one. I would like to nominate Natalie Harrington to the Tourist Development Council for the at-large position.
Natalie Harrington
Harrington.
for the At-Large Tourist Development Council.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
And we have received your application, I believe.
I believe so.
I think the chamber has. If you hadn't, Miss Laura, the chamber has. Okay, because that one affects the Tourist Development Council. Commissioner Newbold, do you have any other appointments?
I do not.
All right, Commissioner Harvey, I'm starting from the inside out today.
I have none.
All right, Commissioner Pelletier,
I have none.
Commissioner Alexander.
Oh, just wanted to follow up. Laura, did you ever hear from Marjorie Lyons? Okay. I'm sorry, I can't. Okay. Yeah, she's reached back out to me, so I know she was in and out of town, so I'll follow up with her after this. Other than that, I've got nothing. Thank you.
So you don't have an appointment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Clerk of Court, Matt Reynolds.
I have already said my fair share today. Thank you, ma'am.
You don't have any appointments either?
No.
You don't have any appointments either. County Attorney, Rich Commando.
Nothing, Madam Chair, thank you.
County Administrator.
Just one thing, I know you've asked about this last week, so just give you an update on where we are with the Rayonier purchase. We're going to be outsourcing the survey. I believe Mr. Stout has already taken care of that. Mr. Knowles is shaking his head in the back of the room. We've issued the purchase order to go ahead and get the environmental study completed, and we have emailed some folks trying to get some movement on the appraisal, and of course we'll reach out for closing documents and all after that.
If we can't find an appraiser, we could always reach out to the land department, and at the water management, they have a list of approved appraisers on file that are approved and already have been vetted. So if we need something, it is sort of a specialty, and it does it's very similar to what they buy. So it's a possibility, if we can't find somebody, that we could ask for their list and maybe make some calls on their list.
Yes, ma'am, we can absolutely do that. And just as a follow-up to also another a request of the board, the appraisals on the nursing homes.
Oh, thank you for talking about that.
Those are very specialized is what we're finding out, so we are in the process of doing some research and due diligence. I've asked for some help from an outside individual that's got some experience in that area, and so we'll hopefully be moving forward on that in the next couple weeks as well.
All right, I know that we're a little bit into the noon hour. Can we just take a quick break before we go into the next session on commissioner comments? Thank you. Rest of this meeting going? I know, I will not be known as the chair who had quick meetings. My apologies ahead of time, but I will say that we've had good discussion. So we'll go into commissioner comments. I'm going to actually start with Commissioner Harvey since he has a couple items. We've already discussed one, which was the Georges Lake boat ramp purchase. And Go ahead, Commissioner Harvey, with your
Thank you,
comments.
Madam Chair. And let me say, even though this might be a long meeting, we're getting a lot done, and we need to get done. So I appreciate your efforts on that. The last meeting I brought up, we're getting appraisals on the nursing home, but we have a building there, basically the foot of the bridge, the old FHP building. And I asked if we couldn't get an appraisal on that with a dedication of the sale of money to maybe do a East Palatka mini EOC or somewhere appropriate to house the things that need to be housed. I just think that's a very valuable piece of property. I know it's got that tower on that property, but somebody might be willing to do that, and then we could vacate that. So but my ask today is, in my conversation is, can we put that building out on an appraisal, and should we put that building out on appraisal?
So my first comment would ask Mr. Grimes. I know that building gets utilized for some storage. If we were to sell that building, what would you do? Where would you be able to house some of your supplies?
Well, first thing I have to do is come beg y'all for some money to replace it, because, I mean, it is critical to our operation. I mean, we use it for the storage of all of our EMS and fire supplies, because we just don't have room at our current situation there at the EOC, because our warehouse is used mostly for hurricane supplies and day-to-day operations. So we're gonna need 2,500, 3,000 square feet at a minimum to store our everyday consumables, whether it be on an ambulance and all of our fire gear and all that gets stored over there. So we're going to have to replace that. And we don't have any plans in place, so we'd have to go through that stage as well. So if it did sell quick, we could be evicted, I mean, for no better term, I don't know how else to say it, with nowhere to go and no plan in place to fix it, right? So, I mean, we have to have a firmed up plan before we put it on the market to get rid of it. We need to be able to make sure where we're gonna house fire rescue logistics and our other community partner that is currently held in there.
Would it make better sense to centralize it at the EOC and build you a new building there with some of the funding that we receive from selling that property?
That would be
Specific
greatly
for what you guys
appreciated,
do?
but I do worry about the amount of footprint we have at the EOC, and if we get any more impervious surface, we're going to end up in with other retention ponds. We don't have space. We could look around there to see if there's potentially any properties that are available in the area. I know there's one that's available that's contiguous to the property. However, we know it needs some board direction on what you guys want us to do. I would love to have it housed there because it's really, from our perspective, it's inefficient to have to go to East Palatka to go get something, right? So every time somebody needs a piece of fire gear, one of the ladies that works for the EOC has to run all the way over to East Palatka, unlock it, issue it, send it out, right? Where they could just walk out back. So that would be great either there or at the main station out behind where we're building the new animal facility. Either one of those two places would work much better than in East Palatka.
Yeah, it just kind of makes sense, if we were in an emergency and you couldn't get across the bridge, you couldn't get to some of your equipment, so it would make sense to do that. And like Commissioner Harvey was saying, having a mini EOC on the East Palatka side to support that side of the river kind of makes sense.
I don't think it hurts anything for us to look at an appraisal and then start putting together, while we're doing that, putting together a plan or 2 or 3 plans of what we could do to accomplish that. Because no doubt, one day we're going to need a building anyway, somewhere, some shape or form. So.
All right, so your proposal is you're asking the board to see about getting an appraisal on that building, and then you would come back at a later time with a plan.
Plan of action, yes,
With a
ma'am.
plan of action that would include, what do we do with the supplies and the things, and how do we, what the buildings you utilize for, where are we going to put it, what's the long-term plan? Because I'm not for making a bunch of changes if the result doesn't gain us anything.
But-
We need to gain something.
And I agree, Madam Chair, but you just heard, Mr. Grimes say that there's a piece of property that's contiguous that would be good at the EOC. A building could be built possibly. We don't know what we don't know. And I think that, it might not be where it's advantageous to sell it right now. We might just keep it, but I'd like to explore the possibilities of it.
I think the cost of an appraisal would be minimal compared to what we would potentially gain. Commissioner Pelletier, you had comments?
It's very lengthy and it's more involved than that, so I'll wait till I get but it
Yes,
involves
sir.
this same topic.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Harvey, do you have any other comments you want to make?
I do. Are we gonna take this and run with it, or
Oh, yeah, sorry. What do you want to do? I'm getting tired.
can we
It's
get a wave
12:30,
and
I'm getting
support
tired.
from, wave and support?
I'm fine with it. Sure. So
Yeah,
everybody
okay.
okay with it? All right.
And Madam Chair, I have one more thing that didn't make the list, and I apologize, and there's a reason for it. But here recently, we were looking at, we're gonna be replacing the carpet in all buildings, suite 1, 2, and 3. And that got firmed up a few meetings ago by the Board of County Commission. But one thing I really regretted was not painting the Melrose Library before we put carpet down. And then I got to looking, and I thought, and I was talking to staff, it'd be really nice to paint these buildings. They haven't been done since 2008. So staff went out and got some quotes, 3 quotes, but we'd have to waive procurement. And I'll let Julianne explain that process of what we'd have to do for that.
So according to the quote thresholds that we have, even in the revised thresholds that the board proposed, the lowest quote is $88,000, which trips a bid threshold for the county, which means we would have to stop the project and put it out to bid. The alternative is, and I'm going to caution you against utilizing it frequently, is the board has the authority to waive your procurement ordinance for the purpose of awarding it based on a number of quotes. Again, the ordinance does include a provision, your current ordinance includes a provision that the board may make a determination to waive procurement, but public purpose has to be stated, and it would have to be brought to the next board meeting in an agenda item to waive the procurement in order to make an award outside of what our traditional thresholds and processes would be.
Okay, so do we only have one bid because
So we have 3 quotes.
we have 3 quotes?
But we can't utilize those in a traditional method under our procurement code, current or what the board has proposed, because the low quote is $88,000. And when you guys revised the thresholds, you brought it down to $75,000. Anything above that requires a competitive solicitation, which would be a bid process whereby we did a sealed bid.
This is the interior of the building?
Yes, sir.
All 3.
Okay.
So 88 is the lowest bid?
Yes, ma'am.
Lowest quote.
Lowest quote?
Correct.
Which I think it's time, I've always said, it's time to invest in ourselves. And if we're gonna replace new carpet, the building hasn't been painted since 2008. Let's go ahead and be professional, and let's go another 20 years with carpet and paint and get this thing over with and have a beautiful facility that we can be proud of.
So are you proposing that we,
We waived our procurement code. We asked our deputy director over there to bring back at the next meeting a formal waiver of procurement code and accept the $88,000. Is that right? Am I saying that right?
If you'd like to move forward, again,
Yeah. But carpet's fixing to start by the end of the
don't
month.
recommend we
Yeah.
often waive procurement, because the ordinance obviously exists for the public procurement process to have its integrity. But in this instance, we have the construction of the carpet beginning or scheduled the very end of this month, because we have a changeover in board meetings where we can get Suite 100 done. So putting it out to bid would create an issue for us to be able to accomplish all of that.
You
And we need to
certainly
paint before we do carpet,
You would certainly want to do your painting before your carpet laying.
that part.
So,
I'm sorry, Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
I'll even turn my mic on.
Okay, there you go.
This is, this specifically, I know I missed the last meeting. My tan is fading, but I think the golden streaks in my hair remained, or maybe it's gray. I'm back from vacation. And I missed our discussion about raising the limits and the ceilings for staff. I wish I had been here to participate in that, because I was the one that asked Ms. Holmes to collect that data. We all know things have gotten more expensive. And for instances like this, where we need to act quickly, I feel that it would allow staff to do that. We still have checks and balances in place because our chair, Madam Chair currently, would have to sign off on these things, some of these, at $100,000.
That's not true. We took that off.
You
We took that off.
Oh, you did take that off?
Yeah, we don't have to, the chair doesn't have to sign off on anything.
We did have it.
We did have it. That was part of what we
But
revised.
it was removed? Okay, so.
That's been completely removed.
Okay, so, that was my thing, you can just barely buy a decent pickup truck for $75,000 nowadays. And if staff has the need to move more quickly, I think that they should be able to at least get us somewhere closer to parity with the surrounding counties. So that was why, and I'm sorry I missed that discussion because I would have enjoyed that. And Ms. Holmes was very disappointed that I wasn't here.
Well, the surrounding counties are at 50,000 and we're at 75.
Julianne, at 250 at St. Johns County?
We're not St. Johns County.
I agree with that. But there's a big difference between 50 and 250.
Well, I think we can always come back and revisit one day, but right now this is on the table, so.
Yeah, I was just highlighting this as an example. I wasn't arguing with anything, and I'm not second guessing you guys' decision because I wasn't here and I didn't hear the discussions, and so don't mistake what I said.
No, I get it. I get it, sir.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
So, Madam Chair, do you want me to make a motion?
Sure.
I move that we waive our procurement code and we bring it back at the next meeting to accept the offer of $88,000 for the buildings, Suite 1, 2, and 3 to be painted. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Nobody wants to paint it but you, I guess. Okay,
I'm fine.
all right. Do you have any other comments?
I'm done. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Pelletier, you're recognized.
I'm going to be lengthy, go ahead and tell you.
Me too, that's why we had a bathroom break.
For the general public that you do not realize or know, we have something called the Sunshine Law, and we can't talk about certain things unless we're in this atmosphere. So therefore, that's the reason it takes longer, because there's things that we just can't say to one another other than, hey, how are you? How was supper last night? There's not a lot you can say until we get into this environment. So these meetings do take longer, and this is a great discussion. I did think that someone from the city was going to be here to discuss the issue that I read about in the paper with the homelessness. I had an idea or two that I wanted to expand on, but evidently they're not here to do that. We'll hold that for a later date. But
You don't have to. You can have whatever discussion you want to, buddy.
well, I have an idea, and I don't know that it's a good one. I certainly don't know that I have all the right ideas, but rather than us try to figure something else, maybe look at some counties or cities that are similar to us in size, that maybe see what they're doing or how they're combating the homelessness situation, and maybe save some steps there. One possible location I have, if we're going to be involved in it, I certainly wholeheartedly oppose the Willard Cooper Center location, the old teen town by the overpass. I think that's a poor location to be housing something like that. But one possible thing I did think that might be kind of on the edge of town, does have some of the facilities there we do need, and that is with cooperation from the school board, is Jenkins Middle School. There's shower facilities there. There's tons of room. I know the sheriff's office currently uses part of that building. Their presence there would certainly help with some of the clientele that might be visiting with their attitudes, with a constant dose of law enforcement there under their nose. Certainly this would have to be a cooperative effort between the city, us, and school board if we can do that thing. Doesn't mean it's the right idea. It's an idea. That's as good as I can tell you. Don't know if any of my fellow commissioners have had any of these calls, but derelict vessels in the river. I'd yield the floor to Mr. Alexander, probably give us a guided road map of where those might be located throughout the river. But how do we combat that and getting those removed? Is that something FWC gets involved with? They're our helper there? Okay, so we need to kind of keep that in the back of our brains. Commissioner Wilkinson, we talked earlier about funding various and different projects, and this tags on to Commissioner Harvey's comments. I've asked staff in the past week to bring before us every piece of vacant land, every empty building that we possess, and let's look it over and get with all the other elected officials and see if they have a need for this building, the sheriff, the clerk, tax clerk, everybody sitting at the table, and let's decide, is there a use for this? If not, let's put it on the market, let's get it sold, let's get something on the tax rolls back to us other than us just sitting there looking at it. The Highway Patrol building in East Palatka, that is an extremely valuable piece of property with the growth that's coming to East Palatka. And I think we're looking at a lot of money right there. I do like Mr. Grimes' idea of putting everything out there together. If there's room, or plus more land addition onto, I think that's where any of that needs to go. But I want to see a list of these properties, buildings, and like I said, raw land, whatever it is that we own, that we can put on the market and get back out there and let somebody be using them and us getting a taxable value out of it. I guess my last, and what do you Rotarians call it, your happy bucks?
Yeah.
Is that it? I've
Yeah.
got a happy buck.
Then I want my dollar.
Huh?
I want the dollar. I'm just teasing, go ahead.
I'm good for it. I went down Friday to the Bread of Life and watched that well-oiled machine operate and feed those people. And I'm telling you, Miss Odom, she does a superb job. I want to get a feel for, was it locals, was it homeless, what was going through that line? And believe it or not, it's very few transient folks. It's mostly our local folks. She says it varies between 110 and 150 there on any given day. I went to the front door, and it's true. I went to the front door, and it was locked. I said, I'm in the right spot. The aroma was out. I mean, it coming from the back door, and it was outstanding. I wanted to get a plate full. But she does a wonderful job down there. If you go in there, and her inventory is bar none, top shelf. I mean, it's something to be the benchmark of how you would lay out a kitchen in a pantry. But she's doing a wonderful job down there. I would encourage y'all all to go down there and see that done if you haven't seen it. Yesterday, I went to the, what's the acronym?
SMA?
SM out
SMA?
here. SMA, there you go. To their facility that they're rehabbing and doing out there, and they've got some really, really great potential of what they're bringing to Putnam County that they have already in Marion, Volusia, Citrus, several others, St. John's, Flagler also. And they're going to be bringing some opportunities to folks that have addictions, that they can get some help if they want some help. It's certainly going to be there, and it's going to be a great thing. It's a great location. It's a great facility, beautiful campus. I look forward to the good works that they're going to test. I think that's going to wind me up. I might owe 2 happy bucks. I don't know.
That's it, you're fine. Those are great comments. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Oh, man. I am going to be nowhere near as lengthy as Mr. Pelletier or Commissioner Harvey. Just wanted to let everyone know what a success that I felt that the farmers market downtown was when Mr. Suggs brought that to my attention a couple months ago and said, what are your thoughts? I was like, sounds like it's an opportunity, but I had no idea how well it would be received. Kudos to Visit Palatka. They did a great job. Some of the businesses down there told me they had seen 25 to 50 people on that day alone, and typically they might not see 2 to 5. So, fantastic. Wanted to thank my fellow commissioners down there. None of us have all the answers, and no matter how confident we are in our position, sometimes we have to look at it in a different light, and that's our job. At the end of the day, we're here to serve the people, and I respect each one of you guys' opinion, and sometimes I change my mind, sometimes you change yours, but that's what we're elected to do. We all have the common goal of moving things forward here. Want to thank Mr. Suggs. He and I had some conversations this week, and he definitely helped me with my direction and understanding of some of the processes in the community, and it's been a very beneficial week.
All right.
That's all I got.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Newbold, you're recognized.
I really don't have much. I'm going to piggyback on what Commissioner Alexander said about I was unable to be here this weekend. I went out of town to see my daughter, and I've heard from numerous folks that the farmers market product that was put out was very successful. Everything complimentary. I'm just excited to see that as a part of the community, and visit Palatka making a positive impact on through their project. So look forward to being there at the next one. That's all I have.
Yes, sir.
There is one thing I forgot.
Yes, sir.
My tour of the Veterans Services potential location over there. I know we're waiting on the architect to come back with a basic outline of our floor plan, but I have a very interesting email that I got from the leader of our Veterans Services, Alan. I don't know if I'm legally allowed to share that with you, but it's a wish list. I guess he can send it out to you of what he would like to see to be considered in that. And he also came and had a very compelling presentation at Kiwanis last week. And to his estimation, last year the impact of his office on our community was over $50 million, with the expectation of it being $65 million worth of impact on our community. So I wanted to share that with you guys when we're considering what we do and what we create for them. Let's make sure we do it right and do it right the first time.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. I have no doubt that Mr. Suggs and Ms. Julianne and Mr. Grimes will work with that office whenever they get ready to design whatever it is they're going to design to make sure all their needs are met. And they certainly, they do a lot in the community and have helped so many veterans. And I haven't seen his presentation. He did one at Rotary a while back. I forgot those numbers, but they're definitely staggering because he's helped people that should have been getting a lot more disability than they were, and that's why when Julianne had brought forward recommendations to the board, one of them was another veteran service officer, and we approved that. And so I know that he's appreciative of that, and we are too, for everything they do in the community. So thank you for those comments. You have anything else?
Just that, I've shared it before, but we had a veteran that lives in our county that was very successful in getting his benefits through Allen, and he fought with Alachua County and their group over there, and he persevered to try and get his benefits, and Allen just walked it through in a couple of days is what the reference that I got. And just it's refreshing to hear that we have these resources in Putnam County for our veterans.
Absolutely. Before I go on to my comments, JR, do you want to address how the derelict vessels are handled? I know that you and I worked on one that was on the other side of the bridge and was up in the grass for a long time, and it was a process. And so if you can just explain that, because it is different than the way it used to be.
Well, sure. I don't know that I know necessarily the process. I made a phone call and asked to get it in the process, which worked well. But the FWC does have a derelict vessel program. We just got to get the derelict vessels to them. I'll be happy to take all of them. I'll reach out to my contact at FWC and get the process started. But I don't know that there's a application or anything. I think they just basically, we have to tell them where these boats and stuff are located, and we'll be happy to walk each one of them through. So if somebody has any, reach out to me. I've got several good contacts at FWC that we can get them in the process.
Well, I know he mentioned on the phone whenever you called him that the one that we were calling about was already in the works, and there's
Yes,
a
ma'am.
time frame that it has to be tagged and all of that. I could see, Commissioner Alexander, you have something you want to talk about or add to that?
No, I'm just in agreement. I'm nodding with your process there. They put a red tag on it. They research who the owner is, last time it was registered, if the owner's still alive. And at that point, they can determine whether or not that the owner is going to take action. If they don't take action, I think they have 14 days for it to be declared a derelict, and then they reach out to receive bids for removal of those vessels. At that point, if the owner chooses not to pay the fee to remove the vessel, they will be charged for the removal of the vessel, and their registrations for any privately held vehicles will not be renewed until such time that fee is paid.
Thank you. With that, I'll go into my comments. A couple things I want to bring to your attention. I left you this item on your desk today, in front of you today, geofencing campaign. This was done based off of the State Road Safety Task Force that was created off of this board. And basically, the FDOT created a public information office. They started a campaign, which, of course, they had, from our safety task force, they realized the need in Putnam County for eliminating driving under the influence. And so they started this campaign. It featured 4 ads, including photo and video formats in multiple sizes and presentations. In here, their results say that the campaign successfully engaged nearly 500,000 community members. State Road 100 particularly garnered 476,293 impressions from June 18th to September 2nd. So they had a strong viewer engagement. Their comment on here was, this campaign reached enough viewers for everyone in Palatka, Florida to view the safety messaging over 45 times, and to each resident of Putnam County to view and message more than 6 times, according to the calculations from the U.S. Census Bureau. So they invested in our community and our safety. Their closing statement talks about geofencing out, which I'm not that familiar with it, but apparently that's a thing, and it makes a big impact. Their outreach campaign successfully reached a broad audience in a targeted area, delivering impactful safety messages designed to promote motorists to reconsider their choices when it comes to drinking and driving. This campaign aimed to drive this message home so that everyone on State Road 100 in Putnam County can arrive safely. And I'm proud to say this was part of the results of our safety task force, so that I'm excited to be able to share that information with you, and I'll give you one, Ashley, for the record. Second, I want to talk about animal services. First of all, I want to thank Julianne and the team for their continued support and initiative in putting animals out in, particularly cats. We have two things going on right now. We have the cat adoptions, which are in businesses. Eugene and Sons got one yesterday, and they've already adopted it. They get another one today. So that will be 3 out of our shop. And I know Azalea Brewery's up to like 5 or 6. And Miss Laura highlighted this in her newsletter for the county. So we are making progress. In addition to that, if you guys didn't know, we have a competition going on right now between the Sheriff's Department and our fire rescue on dog adoptions. And I think that that's moving forward pretty good. Do you want to have any comments on that? I'll welcome that.
Just briefly, one of the community requests was that we had some Saturday hours for the adoption event going on. So we are going to open the shelter this Saturday and next Saturday from 10 to 2 to encourage some of those local adoptions to take place. So we're pulling everybody back in from their out-of-county adoption events into our shelter, and I'm going to continue. I will not tell you who's winning yet. But we have about 8 to date adoptions that have been taken place through the competition.
Well, 8 is a winning number, and hopefully that number will increase, so we're excited that that's happening. So thank you for that. Also, I did hear from Diane Kelly of the ARC Animal Rescue. Every year, the state has a Floridable Animal Friend grant, and this was something that I had to learn when I first got elected, because I wrote a letter of support for another agency, just thinking that the grant could go to multiple people in the same county, and the reality is it goes to one entity in the same county. And so the county didn't get it, and here I was writing something for somebody else. But anyway, the bottom line is, in the last year's budget cycle, Floridable Animal Friendly grant, and that's the grant that comes from tags. When you buy a tag, there's a proceed that goes to this. And it went to ARC, received $15,000. And to date, they have done a total of 365 animals for spayed and neutered, 280 cats, 40 of which were feral, and 85 dogs have been spayed and neutered through the $15,000 grant that they received through the state. So I think that's very, very good news. And lastly, not quite lastly, but I do want to discuss the city of Palatka and their comments regarding at the last city council meeting. It was, I commented in the newspaper regarding our demand to be, to meet. If you look at, if somebody from IT can come forward, IT can come forward, please. We had met on April 8th, this board had met on April 8th, and we discussed having a joint meeting. And so just real quick, I'm going to take a point of privilege here, and we're going to play that video real quick where we had that meeting. And because I want everybody to understand this board is not against meeting with the city, but I want to replay that. We've done a meeting in the past, like years ago. I want something that would be like, I hate to say it, but giving us some perspectives. Like, we need to have like some kind of a meeting, I think, that would be beneficial for both them and us. And I mentioned, I think at the last meeting, talking about maybe annexation versus non-annexation, but extending the water. I don't know that that's the first meeting we have, but I just want y'all to tell me if there's anything particular, or you can talk to Mr. Suggs or Mr. Leanne about ideas that you have would be a great meeting for us to have. I think there's something, we really need to come together with the city of Palatka. There's a lot of things, you know, we've talked about working collaboratively, but we really haven't had enough. We do it on the side, but what would be a good public meeting to have? Commissioner Alexander?
Madam Chair, I really appreciate you bringing that up, because that has been top of my list as far as collaborating with the city. I attend the majority of the city commission meetings, and I do have conversation with all the city commissioners, as well as the new city manager. Everything we've had has been positive, but I agree, as they do, that we would like to move forward with a more formal meeting.
Yeah.
And I would like to volunteer for that.
Yeah, and I just don't want us to sit around and talk. I want us to have agenda, a specific agenda, an item, an action item. Maybe it's one from them and one from us. I don't know. So I think if you have ideas as to what that action item could be, or discussion, it doesn't necessarily have to be an action item, but one. I don't want it to be too long, but it needs to be something for us to get started.
Right, and so to that point, I'll pose the question to the rest of my commissioners. Is that something that each of you would like to attend?
Yeah, if we do an open meeting like that, it would be their council and our council meeting together, our commissions, meeting together as a whole. It would be public advertised. But again, I want it to be an agenda, like what's our agenda? What's our specific? I just don't want us to sit around and waste time and money.
Okay, well, I will talk to Mr. Suggs. Maybe he's leaving shortly. Maybe Julianne can help me while he's gone, and I'll reach out to Marcia and see what her ideas are, their schedule, and what might work for both groups.
I know there's a couple subjects that are big discussions, so I don't know that that's where we start. I feel like we can start with something.
Yeah, a little low-key, introductory, learn each other's personalities and what our goals are for the community, and then kind of transition into.
Yeah, I agree, and I appreciate that. But yeah, any ideas, please, let's have that discussion, because it is something I want to see us do going forward.
Okay, I'll get Ms. Holmes and see what we got.
Do you have any ideas? Please share them.
That's the comment I was gonna make is I think it's a great thing, Madam Chair, Commissioner Alexander, that we do work together. We are a team. We are one. Let's work as one. And, find out what their issues are with us and us with them, and see if we can't pull this thing together to make a better Putnam, a better Palatka.
Yeah.
But also a tip of that, to you, Madam Chair, on your idea about the flooring and
Thank you. So I only brought that forward to say, we have discussed it. I'm sorry that we didn't bring it to fruition. There's a lot of moving parts going on. The county's got a lot going on. The city's got a lot going on. Mr. Suggs and I had met, and I think maybe some of the staff members as well, on different subjects with Ms. Carty, with the mayor, and with Ms. West, their city attorney. And one of the things that we talked about was municipal service boundaries. And so I'm just going to go ahead and just say part of the discussion, because I want everybody to understand. You guys weren't in the room, so I'll share what was said. What was said was they needed a municipal service boundary. That's not something that, and Mr. Suggs will tell you, they've been asking for this since he was there. It's not something new, and not a new subject matter. So I said, okay, no problem. If we have this discussion and we draw a line, I said, why do you want a municipal service boundary? They said, well, because the discussion is there's enclaves within the city, and we don't always know, where our service boundary is. It's confusing to our citizens. I said, okay, so let's just say we draw a box. Boom, we draw a box. And the box says this is now the new boundary for the city of Palatka. What happens to all the properties that are within the city that have chosen over time not to annex themselves in? And they said, well, they would have to be. Well, let me just tell you, this is me as an elected official. I'm never going to force somebody into annexation. I'll say it now, I'll say it tomorrow, I'll say it next week. I'm not into forced annexation. Not now, not ever. And so they said, well, those people would annex into the city. And I said, well, okay, I got a little bit of a problem with that. I said, so we build the box, and then on the other side of the box comes a resident or comes a business, and now that resident or business wants water and sewer. What happens? And the answer I got from the city officials was they would have to annex in. Well, if they annex in, that just continues to create more enclaves. The county boundary has not changed, and it's not going to. The city of Palatka creates their boundary by their own annexation. And we do have, like one of the items we had in front of us today under correspondence, there was 3 parcels on there that showed where they're going to be annexing properties into the city. One of them I was going to question because there was a dividing line as far as it wasn't contiguous to city property. There was a rail track in there in between. In looking at that, Florida statute does allow that, and we'll consider that being contiguous. So I didn't bring it up because I do think as properties come up for annex, and we have to have the conversation amongst ourselves that if we're going to oppose it, that we should. If there's a reason, if there's good reason, if it's not annexed in, if it's not contiguous to a city parcel, then I think we should be working on opposing those type of annexations. But it was a no. The conversation was dead in the water to me at that point. I did not bring it forward to the board because nothing's changing. If we're going to draw a boundary and they still continue to create enclaves, then what did we just do? We did nothing. And so, but one of the things that was talked about, and I'm going to call on Mr. Grimes, and I did not give you a heads up, but Mr. Grimes, you talked about a little bit in that meeting, why do we have to create something that's not broken? And you said, you used fire rescue for an example, how we work together already, how our public works together. So can you address that a little bit?
Sure. So one of the biggest challenges I faced, because I was on the other side of the fence, was collaboration between both agencies, right? So that was the number one priority when I came over here. I was like, this is too easy to fix. And when you allow it to be fixed inside the staff's hands, it works. Truly. Today, Mr. Stout can pick up the phone, or I got the phone, or Chief Back can pick up the phone and call any one of the respective agencies, and they're going to work together. So it happens day in and day out. I don't know how else to explain it. The operations works on the street level every single day. If I need something from the utilities department, we had a 12-inch water main break in East Palatka, picked up the phone, they sent their vac truck, 5 or 6 people over there. We would respond the same way to them, right? A fire goes today and it gets dispatched. In one of the enclaves, the city of Palatka fire trucks roll out of their fire station just like the county fire trucks roll out of theirs. The first one that gets there, that's the name of the game, right? It's the first one there to get there to save somebody's life. And it should never be about a municipal boundary. It shouldn't be about a county boundary. It's not a turf war. It's what makes the best impact to our citizen, right? And it happens every day. The city of Palatka ran a couple fires with us last week. We had one of our folks get hurt. They were the first ones in there with us as things were evolving and happening. Without it, 10 minutes before, they were working a fire together on the north side of Palatka inside the municipal boundary. So it works, guys. I'm just telling you, it works. I don't know what the lift is. I'm sure it's all going to be over the Aldi dollar. That's where it's all headed. I'll say it publicly. That's what it's about. And it's just one of those things. Is when we're going to get people in here that don't run the operation day to day. And that's the thing, is they don't. Nobody's sitting at that dais or their dais over there runs a day-to-day operation of a city, municipality, or a county, right? But the operation from our level that serves the citizen every day, it works. And I mean, maybe I addressed your question, maybe I didn't.
No, you did very well, and I appreciate that, because I think that it really was very poignant to me when you made those comments, because we don't have a problem that we know of as far as staff working with staff. And I think you had used the example of some equipment. When they need a piece of equipment from the county, if it's available, by God, we let them borrow it. Same way if they have a piece of equipment. Equipment breaks down, we share resources when we need to. And it's not just with the city of Palatka. We have, 5 other municipalities in the county. We have, town of Interlaken, we have Crescent City, Pomona Park, Malacca, and a bunch that are known communities that might not have a municipal boundary. But the point is, we are here to serve everyone in Putnam County regardless. And even when we use the example of our splash pad, when we had that discussion, we're not stopping people at the gate of the splash pad and saying, hey, where do you live? Do you live in the city of Palatka, or do you live in Putnam County, or do you live in Bostwick, or do you live in Interlaken? We're not having that discussion. It is open to absolutely everybody. But yet the challenge that we had with that park was the city water. It's the same challenge that we have out at the field in Francis. We have a challenge with getting infrastructure for wastewater. So yeah, I do think we do have to have some conversations. Roads were mentioned. We do have a challenge with roads. I'll take the intersection of Ziegler and St. John's Avenue, for example. Every new development that's going in around that section is all within the city municipal boundaries. However, they didn't accept in that portion of St. John's Avenue. They didn't accept in that portion of Ziegler. Those are all still county roads. But everything around those roads at that particular intersection, pull it up on a map, verify what I'm saying, all belongs to the city. So yeah, there are some things that we're going to have to discuss, and how do we handle that in the future? What kind of conversations can we have? So I have no problem meeting with them. I think the homeless situation is a bigger issue. I'll tell you about the conversation we had on that. Ms. Georgia Mitchell is the executive director for the Caring Coalition. She came to me and we talked, and then we had a meeting with her in the office, and she brought in some of her board members, which are members of the community, and they had just received a $25,000 grant from the city. So they came to us and they said, we want $50,000 from the county. I was like, okay, what does that cover? And they said, well, that's our day-to-day operations. Okay, well, you just got 25 from the city. What does that cover? And she shared with me that it was about $5,000 a week in operational costs. That's their payroll to house the people at that facility. $5,000 a week in payroll costs.
To house how many people?
To house 20 people, up to 20 people. And so the ask was $50,000 from the county. And I said, you're welcome to come to the county commission. I would never stop you. It's your public right. However, I said to her, and I'm saying it publicly, I wasn't supporting that, and I didn't feel like this board would support that, especially when we have limited resources, when we have existing nonprofits in this community, like the Lee Conley House, who has been in existence probably 30 years. I mean, I don't know, but they have beds. They offer domestic victim shelter. We give them $10,000 a year. We don't give them $50,000 a year. So I said to her and to her board, I don't know how you can expect this county to support a $5,000 a week payroll. So basically it's a Band-Aid, because if we gave you $50,000, that's 10 weeks of service. The city gave them 25. That was 5 weeks of service. Now here we are this further on down in the road, and yes, they're still operating without our money. They still operated. However, the point I was making is every nonprofit, if we gave that nonprofit $50,000, every nonprofit in the county would line up, and justifiably line up and say, we want our $50,000. Bread of Life would be here, and they do a great job. Every agency in the county that is a nonprofit would line up. And we do support financially some nonprofits. That's only because they're historically on the books. I don't think that this board, or since I've been here, we haven't added anything to the books. We give $30,000 a year to Ride Solutions. We've been doing that for many years. I didn't know that until this last year, that's been a reoccurring dollar. But it makes good sense, right? I don't have an issue with that. We give roughly $5,000 to Episcopal Services. They do childcare. We talked about that. We give the $10,000 to Lee Conley House. We have some money for Meridian Behavioral Health and SMA Healthcare. Both of those facilities will be here at our next meeting to give us an update on what they do in the community. Both of those, and there are beds available. There are beds. I spoke to Amber Gilbert at Recovery Point, and I said, Amber, how many beds do you have? She said she has 6 men and 6 women. And at that time, when I spoke to her yesterday, she had 1 man and one male and 1 female bed. And I saw yesterday on social media, Oxford House of St. Augustine is opening up a facility in Palatka. And then we have SMA Healthcare, which Commissioner Palacier mentioned. That's an initiative that they're going to speak about at the next board meeting, but they're creating a 15-bed facility. And that was with support from this board. This board went to Tallahassee. This board got $1 million in appropriations, and it was split between the sheriff's office, and the other 500 went to SMA. And has it taken a little bit longer to get built? Yeah, it has, but I'm sorry. But at the end of the day, they're going to have 15 beds, and those beds, and the whole idea was when people come out of jail, that they can go into recovery services if they choose, if they need sobriety, if they need mental health counseling. You know, we've also started this community paramedicine program. We have done a lot for our citizens in way of homelessness prevention. Going back to Caring Coalition, I then had Ms. Mitchell come in front of the the AHAC committee and tell them, because we didn't have an initiative. There is an initiative in AHAC to handle the homeless population. So we are doing a lot as a board that supports homelessness prevention, but the people on the street have to be willing to want to go into some kind of program. And I think that's where I'm at, is how can we give them a hand up versus a hand out? And I know the city has a challenge with what was going on downtown, and it probably wasn't the best location. But again, we can have that conversation with them, but this commissioner is more about giving a hand up versus a hand out, and I know I've said a lot and touched on several things. I'll say a couple more things and then I'll close. One of the comments made by a commissioner was that the county put out for a grant to get an animal shelter for $750,000 to $1 million. So we want to house animals, but we don't want to house humans. I have a problem with that. That was a quote, end quote, from a commissioner, city commissioner. Let me explain to you and everybody in this community. Commissioner Harvey says it on a regular basis. I don't want to be in the animal business. We don't want to be in the animal business. The Florida statutes 828.27, 828.073 gives the county the authority and authorizes the county to handle animal services. Does it specifically say in there you have to build a building? It does not. However, it does become our mandated county responsibility when we take on the role of becoming an animal control. And if we don't take it on, then the statute further says it goes to the sheriff's office. Well, guess who funds the sheriff's office? The Board of County Commissioners. So either way, we have to take care of animals, we have to house them. That's not necessarily a choice that this board just willy-nilly said, oh, we need to go ask the state for money. No, we got mandated by the state as part of a statute that says your job's to take care of animals, so that's what we're doing. It wasn't that we thought that housing animals was above housing humans. We've never had that position, we've never said that. As a person in this community, I have worked side by side with the people at Bread of Life. I have delivered food to this organization. Is there a need for it? If you go to the continuum of care and look up the last point in time, the state, and I've asked for Judson Sapp's office to give us the numbers, but the state gives funding for the homeless population through our continuum of care. That continuum of care is based out of Gainesville. And so the first question we all should be asking is, what is the continuum of care doing with the state's money, which is addressed for homelessness? So there's a lot to be said about this subject. I welcome an opportunity in the future, but I want us to have good, accurate information. And so that's how we got to where we're at today. I'm sorry that somebody felt the need to demand a meeting. Truly, we've all been open to having that communication, and it sounds like I have a meeting next Friday with Mr. Suggs and Ms. Carty, and we're going to set a date and a time and a subject matter, or maybe multiple subject matters. But I just wanted to bring up some of the previous conversations so you would be aware of how we got from point A to point B. Commissioner Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your efforts in addressing this situation. As evidenced by the video, I did offer to take the lead on that, and I also did request communication with all commission members and the mayor, and I was informed that potentially there could be a sunshine law violation if we spoke of anything further as a group, and I understood from her that Ms. Carty and her were going to try and set up a meeting. So so that's water under the bridge. We did do what we said we were going to do. I have done that. I didn't know anything about that continuum of care money that's going to Alachua County. So we have money from the state to devote to homeless care that is not coming to Putnam County?
Well, if you watch the video from the city, they were asked, Commissioner Davis, who sits on that on behalf of the county, we had asked her to do that. She was not the last resort. I think the comment was made that nobody else on this commission wanted to sit on that, and that was not true. I had reached out and asked her to before I came to this board, because I felt like it would be great for the city of Palatka to be on that board. And I was trying to extend an olive branch and to have that collaboration. I have reached out to her to make sure she still wanted to serve after those comments were made at the last meeting, and she said yes, she still wants to serve. So I have to say that. But the Caring Coalition said they did receive 2 grants from the Continuum of Care, and but it was not for operational or for housing. It was for outreach and something else. So, that's the challenge that we've always had as this county is, and there's 76 people. I started to say this. When you look up, if you just Google Continuum of Care Putnam County homelessness, who handles homelessness in Putnam County, they will pop up as the state agency. And when they did their point in time, and I started to mention this and I got I moved. Anyway, 76 people is what they have calculated. 76 people out of over 78,000 people in Putnam County, and that included the cities, they consider unhoused.
So we have 76 people that
76
we're counting
people.
as homeless in Putnam County
In
officially.
the entire county, 827 square miles. So that's what they said. That's the number. But yes, they get funding every year. They've been getting funding. The challenge has been that there's not been a nonprofit agency in Putnam that was willing to take this on, and now there is. This is a newer agency, and so I do feel like that a portion this needs to be solved with churches and with our nonprofits. That's where I think it should be. I don't know that it's necessarily a that the county just continues to give out, or any municipality. That's on them if that's what they choose to do, to give out taxpayer funds. I think we already have funds that comes from the state for this.
Yeah, no, I agree. I would be for supporting training, education, something to allow these people to better themselves and make them more employable. But as far as continuing to just house them and for free, that's difficult for me to get to.
Right, and we need to remember, and it was brought up by Commissioner Jones about there was a murder years ago that took place with the person who was running the homeless shelter, and this year there was another homicide at the riverfront, and it was 2 homeless people, and one stabbed the other, and somebody died. So there is a host. Most of the people on the street have mental health issues. They have addiction issues. And my only point to you is there is organizations in Putnam County, SMA is one of them, I've mentioned a couple others, that either has beds or will have beds if people want the help. But people have to want to become sober to get that help and to get that bed.
Yep, and through my participation with the Behavioral Health Organization, I learned about SMA, and I too visited their facility and the expansion that's going on approximately 3 weeks ago, and they're doing great things out there. You know, we do need to do something, but I don't feel like it's, like you said, our responsibility to house anyone.
Well, those are my comments. I know I was long-winded. I didn't even have anything printed, but anyway. Just want to remind everybody, 9/11 ceremony is this Thursday. Ceremony begins at 9:50 Fairgrounds, followed by the Cry Out America prayer at the First Baptist Church from noon to 1. And at 5:05 today, we have our public hearing on our millage rate. With that, is there anything else to come in front of the board? Am I missing something? Okay, 5:05. All right. Anything else? This meeting's adjourned.